Hello everyone and welcome to the live coverage of the round 4 of the Trackstars Endurance Series, where we are live from the Circuit de la Sarthe for the Le Mans 6 Hour, the biggest event of our Trackstars Endurance Series, with an extra driver added to the ranks for each team and an extra 2 hours of racing, of course. And joining me today for this marathon of coverage is NSPUD P666. Hey Spud, how are you going today?
Good afternoon, Jarvan. Good afternoon to our viewers. Good morning, good evening for you guys. Welcome. Yes, that's right. Welcome to what is possibly one of our biggest events that we never thought we would see possible here, Jarvan. That is actually the Le Mans 6 Hour Endurance event. So, replicating the real-life World Endurance Series at Le Mans, except it's not 24 hours. We're going for the easy 6 hours. So yes, like you've mentioned, 3 drivers, an extra driver has been put in to the cockpit of the regular drivers that have been competing in the previous 3 rounds. We're leading the way in the championship on the Car 32 is the Mashbuds Racing Toyota LMP1, which is led by NSPUD P666, myself and Punce, followed by Little Blacko and Lurox 22 in the number 22, who have Loudy Darkmist as their go-to driver for this event, who is representing the very iconic Nissan 962C Group C car on their Toyota LMP1. So a nice little throwback livery for them. But yeah, Jarman, I never thought a 6 hour like this would become really popular amongst the drivers.
Yeah, it's been a surprise actually. The amount of popularity we've had with this endurance series is probably, well, something that I look forward to doing myself, but I didn't know whether it'd take off amongst everyone else. But yeah, it's been a big surprise and lots of drivers interested in racing in this. And of course, come Le Mans, everyone wants to shoot for that Le Mans glory, so we've had even enough to open up a second lobby with another 13 teams competing over there.
And that's truly amazing with our community that we've managed to get at least another lobby going and almost a full lobby to that as well, ladies and gentlemen. So we've definitely come far and beyond with hosting and organising events such as this. And like we've said, like we've mentioned, that this series has just grown popular amongst the community.
Yeah, you're definitely right there. And yeah, I think I've worked it out this morning, something like 84 drivers amongst the 2 lobbies.
Wow, that's amazing. 84 drivers from our Trackstars community and above and beyond. It's hands down to all of our drivers. Thank you very much for committing, and hopefully we get this event running smoothly for the beginning of the Le Mans 6 hours. So about to start his lap is Loudy Darkmist. Like we mentioned, he is in the Car 22 RoboSport Racing, partnering up with Lurox 22 and Little Blacko. So a heavy favourite for these drivers to win the event. So as we come around towards the forward chicane, he's leading himself up onto the straight for the very first time. Jarman, would you like to lead the way with the commentary on his opening lap?
Yes, as he heads around the Dunlop curve now to begin his flying lap, he'll head into what they call the Dunlop chicane and then underneath the Dunlop bridge, so plenty of Dunlop advertising thrown in there. As he now heads up to this section of the S's, which is turn 4 and 5, and then turn 6 as we head towards Ted Rouge, and which is a fast right-hander as it heads onto the Mulsanne Straight. A very long run down that straight, as your drivers will probably reach 330 kilometres an hour down here.
It's definitely a very long straight, and thankfully we're not doing the full circuit, because otherwise you could be making yourself a nice cup of tea on that long straight. So luckily there are 2 chicanes in it. So the first chicane coming up is the PlayStation chicane, as Loudy Darkmist negotiates that nicely and tucking it in, not exceeding track limits and keeping within the white lines. So great start to his lap as he gets to the second part of the Mulsanne Straight.
Yeah, a very long stretch down here, and for safety reasons at the end of the 80s they decided to add these 2 chicanes. to the layout where with the Group C cars they were reaching something close to 400 kilometres an hour, and I think there was even one group that in the last year before the chicane was added, they purposely entered with the sole goal of reaching 400 kilometres an hour. I think they hit 407.
That's amazing. As he's coming up towards the end, which it seems an eternity, he's reaching the end of the Mulsanne straight, heading into a Mulsanne corner, braking just past that black box on the right hand side, and he's got that perfect, a nice smooth entry because it is your banker lap, so you basically take as much caution as you can on your first lap before you go for a hot one on the second one, as he's coming along the back straight of the Le Mans Circuit de la Sarthe before heading towards Indianapolis and Arnage.
Yeah, lots of straights here, so plenty of time to stretch your legs, and yeah, take a lot of concentration as well. You can't sort of wander off down the straights, otherwise you might find yourself flying into a barrier at the end of the straight.
Absolutely, and this Arnage corner is very tricky. It looks easy on paper, but because there is such a off-camber corner coming into Arnage, that car can actually really drift wide into that corner.
Yeah, it's very, very tough to negotiate that corner, and you always, well, sometimes you can sucker yourself into wanting to just brake that little bit deeper to get more speed through the corner, but sometimes you just can't do it.
That's right, and as he heads towards the Porsche curves, negotiating that, this is where you want to get most of your time back, but it looks like just Laudi's just run a little bit wide there, just compromising his entry speed and exit as he's coming up towards the final section of the Porsche curves, heading up towards the Ford chicanes, as Laudi Darkmist in the Robert Sport 23, representing the 23, which is the symbol, which is the name, which it has the very sporting name of Nissan, which also stands for 23 in the Japanese language. As Laudi Darkmist comes across the line, he's going to set himself in a 3 minute 25.6, and with speedy tyres right behind, going faster so far with the 324 and Normax in the 96 in the Pfizer. Oh, I'm not so sure how you say that actually, but it is a Grand Theft Auto name, so I'm not so sure how it's pronounced. But Rick, part of the Trailblazers owner, one of the Trailblazers owners that I myself managed to do an endurance race last time out. He managed to get himself up into 5th place with Devlin Calypso in 6th place. I wonder what's going on here with JMX here.
I'm not sure if they're both lining up for a better run at the lap here, so...
Yeah, it looks like. I think he just had a really poor first run, so he's just backing him up, just recharge the energy, and off he goes. In the championship leading car, it is JMX in the 32, leading the way, heading up towards the Dunlop corners, up towards the bridge, and trying to negotiate those first few corners, because if you don't get that first corner right, you will be in trouble. As Gabans is the first driver in the GT class, come through into 9th place with Rugworth, followed by Justin 930, a late substitute for Justin, because we were meant to have Deadpool 2312, and its racing teammate of yourself and Justin couldn't get himself organised in the lobby, so Justin 930 has come through the last minute.
Yes, and Justin's head straight to the top of the charts there, so good run for him being a late call up, but yeah, very, very good lap there. And should also mention SDRT Wiseacre jumping up the second in the GT class with his lap as well, with a 4 minute 1.3, and it's
nice work.
Not even, well, just a bit over 100 between the two drivers.
Exactly, and as I read through the comments in the YouTube, Viperset has actually told me it's pronounced Pisswazza, so I don't know how much I can get away with that, but I'll say it. Pisswazza Racing Teams, that is led by Normix, Jono Stan, and Captain Risky 21. So familiar names in the GT community, and ones to look out for overall victory.
Yeah, definitely, they'll be ones to watch in this whole race, and yeah, all three of them very fast drivers, so it'll be a very tough task to beat these guys, but anything can happen over the course of 6 hours as well.
Absolutely, and he's got himself a good gap between himself and Speedy at 1.2, but he's not improving on his time. I wonder what Speedy's getting on as he comes up towards the... oh no, he's gone past the Indianapolis and Arnaud is coming up towards the Porsche curves. I wonder what his sector times might be. I wonder if one of these guys might be able to come into the pits and change tyres. But I think looking at the tyre wear, it's pretty much non-existent. You might as well not risk going into the pit lane. You might as well just cool down after your hot lap and then go again.
Yeah, it's probably best to just keep pounding around and putting those times in, especially if you head into the pits, you run the risk of missing out on actually completing another lap, so to speak.
Exactly.
So probably
It
a
looks
safer
like-
bets to stay out.
Exactly, and looks like Speedy has done that with Loudy Darkness actually improving his lap to a 3-minute 24, so he's got himself ahead of Speedy tyres. So it is a Toyota TS050 hybrid leading the way in a 1-2 with the first of the Porsches. Speedy tyres in third place with JMX still looking to... He still hasn't even put a lap in, Jarman, so this is very worrying for the Mashbuds racing crew.
Yeah, it's a really messy session so far, but unfortunately, well, fortunately for JMX, qualifying's only about one lap, and there's 2 hours to make your way up the order if you need to, and things go wrong. As I might just subtly put in that I didn't get a qualifying lap in last week in the St. Croix 250, and look where I ended up.
Exactly. Yeah, it was a very chaotic race, that one, but managed to pull through, and yeah, you did come out with the victory. Well, initially Xiaomi 5 came out with the victory, but through mistakes of his own, got himself a 5-second penalty for weaving under safety car conditions, and it's really harsh. It's really unlucky for drivers like that to get penalties like that, but you know, I guess in a way, rules are rules.
Yeah, unfortunately there's not much you can do when the rules are written, and yeah, they have to be implemented equally for everyone, and he wasn't the only one to be caught out by that, so it was really unfortunate for him, because it was one small mistake that proved so costly in the fact that he didn't win the race, but of course he still ended up with second place, and I mean,
exactly.
for myself to cross the line third was still a good effort.
Exactly right, and for you to cross and then Xiaomi 5 to get across into second place and taking initial victory was a really positive step for him. So now he's got himself he's got to get himself focused for this event, and hopefully put that behind him, and hopefully he can deliver for the EBM Motorsport Porsches 919.
Yeah, that's definitely right, and he should be a very strong contender for this race.
Absolutely, and it looks like Justin's picked himself a half-second, so that pretty much sums up his lap's going to be over. So unless he burns it quickly, and then hopefully he can get away with it, but because there are burn zones in this track, you must obey burn zones, and you have to get a time. As Rugworth runs a little bit wide in the 88, the 47. Told Mashbuds Racing Aston Martin, so he's not going to get another lap in, but looks like Wiseacre might be able to get one as well, so he's going to benefit off the tow with Justin, as he does. Yes, he does. So it's all up to that Porsche to lack that straight line speed, but hopefully for him, the corners will favour him towards the end of the lap.
Yeah, I think Justin may have realised what was going on there and just very quickly got out the way to not give too much of a tow to Wiseacre there.
Exactly. And as Wiseacre comes through, he hasn't made any mistakes, hasn't corner cut there, so that's perfect. So he's actually up on his personal best, but looking at the splits, he's only about 0.1 up, and he's 0.4 behind Justin. So he's got a lot to make up in the back section, but if we still look up towards the front, I do want to keep an eye on JMX, Jarman, because JMX will have to be getting his laps underway as Speedy Tyres actually makes a move up into second place, bumping Loudy Dark Mist down to third, with actually JMX. Yes, he's getting himself a half-second penalty there, so hopefully he will need to burn that off as much as he can, but hopefully he might be able to compromise and at least settle for a top 5, because he just run a bit wide there, and it's just a little bit slidey for him. So I think it's his debut race for the Endurance Series for the team, so myself and Punz are just giving a bit of a pep talk and just saying, take it easy, it's your first race, we are the championship leading car or prototype, so we want to make sure you give it your best, but try not to destroy the car within the first couple of laps.
Yeah, the important thing for him will be to just circulate and keep those laps ticking over, and hopefully hand the car over in a reasonable position for yourself and Punts for the last 4 hours, and I'm sure you guys will be pushing up the front and trying to make up as much ground as possible if needed.
Exactly. And it looks like he has burned his penalty off, so he's going to come through those corners. But as we look up towards the front, I want to see who's actually coming towards the line. I can see one driver coming up towards the end, across the line there. I'm not so sure who that is. Looks like it could be a prototype. It was a prototype. That was QE. He actually moved himself up into 4th place. So a great lap for QE there on the last minute. He didn't even manage to put a good lap in, and 4th place is a great result for EBM Motorsport.
Yeah, that's a very good time for them, and yeah, good result for QE, so hopefully that'll get them up the order for this race. So we have a look at what Wiseacre's doing through here. He's 8/10 up, so it looks like he could be on for pole position in the GT class here.
Oh, this will be great news for the Shadon Racing team, who have been on the back foot in most of the Trackstars touring cars and formulas, but it looks like the Endurance Series Porsche is working a charm here at Le Mans. So all he has to do is negotiate these corners. He knows he's 8/10s up. He shouldn't have to push it too hard. And hopefully he gets pole position ahead of Justin in the most crucial part of the track, Jarman. He'll be on the inside if he gets pole position. As he comes across the line, past the 4 chicanes, is he going to get himself pole position? Yes, he does, by 7/10, by 0.314, I do say, ahead of Justin 930, and gets the most crucial inside line. As we look down towards, I want to see if we can get a good eye on JMX, Jarman, because he might be getting himself across the finish line there. Yes, he does. Is he going to get himself up into the top 5 or top 6? Yes, he does. He gets into 6th place. So a great recovery there for JMX to get himself up into 6th. So now he's got the big job to keep ahead of the guy, or to keep a solid place. But if we look at guys like Rick Eni, he might be able to get himself up further up the grid. As he looks like, yes, he's on a time lap, and Speedy Tyres has ruined his. So it looks like pole position so far is going to Normex for the Pisvaza Racing team, ahead of Speedy Tyres, the first of the Porsches. So this is a great battle that we're going to see, Jarman. Porsches versus Toyota back at Le Mans. What a sight to see.
Yeah, let's see if Normex improves his lap time. He goes half a second faster again.
He's in the 3:22s. Yeah, that is a great start for Normex and for the Pisvaza team. So well done to those guys making their debut in the LMP class, taking pole position ahead of Speedy Tyres, Laudy Darkmist in 3rd, with QE for the first of the EBM Motorsports in 4th. What can Rick do? He doesn't look like he's on a best lap. He's gone past the 3:26 and 27, so he's not going to improve his lap time. But if we look down as well, JMX as well in 6th place. What about Devlin Calypso? He might be able to sneak himself up, possibly into either 6 or 7, but I don't think he must have made a mistake then. But we'll have to wait and see. Can he get at least 4 seconds on Can he get 4 seconds on TTV Bite the Roses? Is he going to improve his time? Yes, he does, but he doesn't. He stays 8th place for the Night Walker Racing team into 8th place. But when we look at the field, back of the field, we have STRT Wiseacre in 9th, with Justin in the It's Racing Aston Martin in 10th, with Violex Huzo making his debut in the Trackstars Racing Series in 11th place, with Gabans representing Germany in 12th place, as well as in the BMW M6 Pit Lane Esports entry, with Rugworth down in 13th. So a very poor qualifying for Rugworth there for the Toll Mash Spuds, so he'll need to move himself up. As debuting as well of Ninja Kid 02 from all the way from the US of A in 14th place, with Big Bruce the Shark, a late substitute for the EBM RoboSport Racing Corvette, down in 15th place. So we've got a great grid, Jarman, and hopefully our drivers have read the briefing and we all know what's happening after turn 6.
Yes, hopefully they've all realised what's going on, so they won't make any mistakes and know exactly what they need to do come the race start.
Absolutely. As we look ourselves towards the grid, it is a standing start, but all of our drivers will need to be and our drivers will need to line up in that formation and get themselves side by side with the odd numbers on the inside and the evens on the out. 100% sure on that. I think it is.
It'll
Does it look
be
big?
odds on the right. I think the
That's
way
exact-
they actually lined up. Oh no,
Yeah.
sorry, the opposite way. But looks
Yep.
like no one's taking off drastically fast, so looks like
That's
they're
really
all
good.
understanding what's going on here.
Well, that's really good. That's great to see from our drivers. So well done, team, for doing that. And as we run down through the field, we do see it is Normex for Pisvaza racing in first place with Speedy Tyres. In second place, Loudy Dark Mist in third, and we had QE in fourth, but it looks like he's just made a mistake there, and he's just trying to work his way up back the field. We haven't even started racing, boys.
Yeah, I know this could turn this race start into a mess here as they all line up for the start.
Absolutely. So as Normex is going to come through the line, and he's going to get himself into a double rolling start without trying to cause any damage. Hopefully, if we look down through the field, hopefully there's no damage on anybody's car. Hopefully, fingers crossed not, but everyone's doing a great job holding speed, and Normex will go whenever he's ready, and we'll get the first of the 6 hours underway. As you can see, the roundup of the GT cars coming through. And once Normex feels comfortable and ready to go, he'll be able to floor it, and he has done it. So it is lights out and away we go. It is green flag racing with Normex and the Pisvaza team leading the way in the Toyota LMP, followed by Speedy Tyres and Loudy Darkness in third, QE in fourth, with JMX actually moving up into fifth place. As Normex has actually gone a bit wide and he's actually bottled it. And can Speedy Tyres get advantage of that? Yes, he can. And Normex goes from first all the way down to fifth, Jarman. So that is actually a horrible start and a worst case scenario for the team.
Yeah, heading down to turn one, rolling start, just caught him out.
Cold
Probably
tyres.
misjudged where he needed to brake with a
Absolutely.
bit slower speed, and probably
And the
just
cold
didn't
tyres as well.
time it quite right.
Absolutely. As I did see a little bit of a dive bomb happening back there. Looks like it's going to be... Yes, it's actually, they've all gone wide as well. Look who's leading the way. It is QE97, so a chaotic start for the beginning of the Le Mans series, the Le Mans race. And as Rick, yes, he did go a bit wide down there, as we might catch a quick replay. It looks like he went a little bit too deep from what I saw. Yes, he did. As he comes to the... Well, actually, no, he actually did quite all right. But I think he just might have got caught up on the throttle. Yeah, that's cold tyres. You don't want to really push the car within the first few corners.
So
But look at this, what a chaotic field we've got here, ladies and gentlemen, with QE97 for the EBM Motorsport leading the way with Loudy Darkness in seventh, and JMX, after a poor qualifying, has moved himself up into third place, with Normex actually now battling JMX side by side. Can Normex he's going to get himself up into second, so 2 positions on a straight, Jarman. So that's a great recovery for Normex as he looks to make a move on QE. No, he doesn't. So QE leads the way coming past Indianapolis and onto Arnage corner. Can Normex make a move on the inside of QE? Yes, he does, through Arnage. And is he going to hold that stick? Yes, he does. So it looks like we're back to where we should be. Oh, QE's made a big mistake, and he's gone around in circles, and he's got himself engine damage. So worst case scenario for QE for leading the race, having engine damage and getting himself caught out into big trouble there. And he's going to be hobbling and limping back to the pit lane, and this is not a great start for your first race in an LMP car.
yeah, looked like he was helped around there a little bit as well. Just looking at the replay, just missed out on the
We
replay
just
too.
missed out on that.
I was
Just missed.
too long looking at the QE recovering that we didn't quite catch what actually happened there a second time.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate there for QE, but he looks like he has to bring it back into the pit lane and to fix the damage up, because it is not light, it is heavy. So once you have cop damage, you must enter the pit lane, and the pit lane transit time is a very long one, Jarman, so he's going to feel like he's going to be in there forever.
Yeah, thankfully it's a long lap, so the good thing
Absolutely.
is if he keeps that pace up, he won't go a lap down. It'll take a long while for the leaders to come around and put a lap down on him. So, but Normex is out in front by 2.5 seconds already, so already starting to stretch that gap after the end of lap 1.
Normex leading the way by 2.5 seconds over Loudy Darkness in the Robo Sport entry, followed by JMX and the Mash Spud. So these two cars fighting it out in the championships as JMX runs a little bit wide there and compromises for JMX. And Speedy Tyres is going to come through easily with he's getting himself a 1 second penalty for running wide, so he'll have to go through the burn zone once he's ready to go. Yes, he's pulled out to the side and he might be able to slow himself down. No, he's actually going to go for an overtake. So hopefully JMX knows about the burn zones and hopefully he'll get to burn that off as soon as he can, because ghosting like that definitely compromises a driver's mentality of breaking into a corner.
Yeah, and on top of that, it makes things a bit harder. And, well, the other thing is stewards don't really take a light view to that as well if there's any incidents that come about as a result of ghosting.
Absolutely. Well, at least luckily for TTV, Bite the Roses saw that and he saw the ghosting and he thought, well, there's no risk in doing that. But I think JMX will have to make sure he's probably going to get a bit of a word from Punts. Probably he's his pit engineer and just telling him, mate, that you've got a burn zone, that you need to do it and you need to burn it off, just like what Justin's doing right now. He's burning his penalty off and he's actually leading the way in the GT class. Actually got ahead of Wiseacre, but now Wiseacre's got tucked into that slipstream and is going to make a move onto the inside into the second chicane at the end of this second part of the Mulsanne Straight.
Yeah, it's a very tight battle here between the GT class, and we've got Justin leading away with Wiseacre, and Gabans is not far behind as well in that big BMW, which I think they've got a bit of I'll call it a BMW art car scheme going on there in the Pit Lane Esports number 24, so that's definitely an interesting one to look at.
A very distinct look from the usual stealth black that they've got, but then it's because it is a special event here in Le Mans, they just decided to go a little bit crazy on the artwork and they produced the goods, and it's a very striking livery. But he's got company behind him in VLX Huzo, who is a VLX driver and who was one of the top FIA drivers back in the early days of Gran Turismo Sport, but it took some time away from the game, and he's getting himself adjusted back into the cockpit and back into these lengthy races, and he's got himself. Crazy enough, Jarman, it's actually an all-brother affair in the Porsche, as he started to make a move on Gabans off the track there, but I wonder if he might get a half-second penalty from that. No, he doesn't, and he actually makes the move stick, so what a lovely move from VLX. But has he gone push that a little bit too far through Indianapolis? Yes, he has. So can Gabans get an undercut through VLX Huzo? He does, and they're going side by side through Arnage. Can VLX pull away and get this move clean? Yes, he does, but again, JMX has got an undercut there, but he can't pull it through. That grunt and the turbo lag on the BMW has compromised his exit there.
Yeah, it's a very nice battle there, and of course, as you mentioned, the three brothers competing together in this CP Motorsports number 18 Porsche. It's very, very good to see the three of them teaming up together, and they might have been one of those teams that if we did a full 24 hours where everyone had to race on the one PlayStation, I'm sure they'd be a team that could very much do that.
Absolutely, because they can all just stay in the one house and the one simulator, and all they have to do is just switch accounts, and there you go, Bob's your uncle, and you're off and away.
Yeah, so he just picked up a penalty there for running wide at the exit of the Porsche curve, so he's going to have to burn that one off and probably give up the spot to Gabans again, so this will be a seesawing battle here.
That's a bit unlucky for him there. So as we go leading the way at the front of the field, it is Normex in the LMP class leading the way from Speedy Tyres. He's actually put a 6.8 gap on Speedy Tyres in the CP Motorsport Porsche, ahead of TTV Bite the Roses, a debuting driver in the series, taking part in the 34 EBM Motorsports, which have actually now got through onto the YouTube channel. Jarman, we want to send a big congratulations to one of their drivers, Xiami5, who has now actually become a father for the second time, or maybe the third time, but he's actually got himself a new kid on the way, and he's actually got a newborn, and he's actually now in the hospital with his baby, so a big congratulations up for Xiami, but unfortunately that might mean he might not be able to make the race, so one of his drivers might have to do a double stint, or a driver from another class might have to do in for the last minute.
Yeah, either way he'll have to they'll have to work something out, but yeah, congratulations to Xiami on the birth of the child, and yeah, hopefully all is going well over there, and yeah, we send the best wishes to him and the family.
So they have TTV Bite the Roses in 4th place in the leading the way in the EBM after QE made a shocking mistake at the end of Arnage, just getting a little bit too much on the throttle on the happy pedal and just spinning the car around. So a little bit unlucky for QE there, but he's just gone past the leader of the GT class. He's now back up into 8th place and 8th place in the LMP class with about 32 seconds behind Loudy Darkmist. So I wonder if actually Loudy Darkmist as well has made a mistake, because I swear I saw his name up into 2nd or 3rd place not long ago.
Yeah, it looks like he's made a mistake somewhere. He's 20 seconds down on Devlin Calypso and the Nightmare Walking prototype, so...
Well, I do see above the timing, he's
there.
actually on an outlap, so I wonder if he must have copped damage there, but looking at his lap times, a 4-minute 9, he must have copped damage somewhere or a big spin.
Yes, it looks like that's certainly the case, as 4-minute 9, and obviously the outlap as well, so... Yeah, obviously damage there has forced him into the pits, and it's something we've missed along the lines.
Absolutely, and this is an event, ladies and gentlemen, where things like this can occur amongst drivers who are not familiar with the format and trying to understand the concept of endurance racing, where you don't have to push the car within the first few laps. It's all about nursing the car and looking after it and picking out your battles as the race goes by. And I think that was pretty much well demonstrated in our first 3 rounds, where most of the drivers were doing a lot of lifting and coasting, higher gears, changing setups on the cars to make it fuel friendly, and basically it is an event that is just all based on fuel efficiency.
Yeah, that's definitely right. And fuel efficiency, keeping it on the track, and as well, like no mistakes. All of it goes towards the whole package of putting together a solid 2 hours for not only yourself but the team as well.
As we look at 5th place, Rick Green in 5th place in the 2nd entry of the RoboSports LMP car. He'll will be partnering up with Nismo 86, and I can't remember who the other driver was. Was it somebody from that side of the garage? Was it RoboSport that was entering that car? I cannot remember.
Budsy 76 is the 3rd driver, or theoretically the 2nd driver, as he's down to drive the 2nd stint.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, so as we were saying earlier in the broadcast, Rick Green is the owner of Trailblazers Esports, and he's putting on a good show, and he's come into Trackstars wanting to give this event a crack. And we have, and as I mentioned on top of the broadcast, Trailblazers Esports is basically like an event that runs throughout the week, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturday. Well, they'll always have something going on on their Discord, and basically a lot of racing happens between those boys. A very big community and a lot of teammates that are actually from our Discord as well. So we've got a few familiar names in the Trailblazer Esports, but Rick Green is the owner. So anytime you want to hit yourself up and have a bit of fun on a Tuesday through to Saturday, why not give these guys a bit of a go? Just research and type in Trailblazers Esports, and you'll find them on the Facebook and the YouTube, and sign up there. But he's doing a great job in the RoboSport in the Trackstars Racing Series Endurance Series at Le Mans for the 6 hour in 5th place.
Yeah, having a good run here, keeping it nice and solid so far, so that's all that would be asked of him. And yeah, as long as they keep those laps ticking over, and who knows what will happen at the end of 6 hours.
Exactly. So I wonder if we can look down the field, because I can see a lot of cars down towards the back end of the Mulsanne straight. So yes, it is still, we're going to have to keep an eye on the GT class as well, because this is where I think a lot of close battles are going to happen between Justin 930 in the It's Racing Aston Martin against SDRT Weizsäcker in the Shade On Racing Porsche 911 RSR. So these guys are... So Weizsäcker is not letting him go whatsoever. He's actually holding on to the slipstream of Justin 930, because that Aston is very potent in a straight line, while the Porsche is no good.
Yeah, so I think Weizsäcker's definitely playing it smart here. So he's got himself tucked into the back of Justin down the straights, and that'll be dragging him along. So very much keeping himself in touch, and maybe even the better fuel economy of the Porsche might just give him the edge here as well.
As actually, now you mentioned the fuel economy. Oh, we've had a bit of a disconnect here. Who's that? That is TTD V Bite the Roses has had a disconnect. So that is a very unfortunate thing, and it goes from bad to worse from the 34 EBM Motorsport team, where Xiaomi 5 can't make the event, and now one of their main drivers, TTV Bite the Roses, is actually disconnected. So not a great start for those guys, and they're going to be on the back foot for the rest of the event.
Yeah, that's going to be disastrous for the team, and obviously disconnecting 15 minutes into this 2 hours is going to really put them on the back foot. They're going to have to rely on some misfortune from other drivers for the rest of the event to get themselves back up there.
Absolutely. And as I look through the Discord, as I'm reading through the Discord as well, it looks like D-Flow as well in Lobby 2 has also disconnected. So a few disconnects happening in the wonderful world of Gran Turismo Sport, ladies and gentlemen. That's basically it in a nutshell. So unfortunately for a couple of our drivers, they have been disconnected and cannot complete their stints. So they've been retired out mechanical failures, and it's pretty much all but over for those two drivers and for those two teams.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate for these guys, and yeah, it's something that is really tough on everyone. As much as you want to stop everything, get them back in, it's also that
Absolutely.
turns into a time-costly process. So you just sort of have to treat it as if it's a mechanical failure and keep racing. And in theory, we'd have to do an engine change in the next hour and 43 minutes and get back out there for the second stint.
Yeah, that's right. And I think it is a very unfortunate thing with all these disconnects and the Gran Turismo game struggling to support bandwidths from all around the country, and even within Australia as well. So it could be poor internet or bad reception, or it could be somewhere in Australia, it could be like chucking it down with rain, which might be hampering the connection issues. So unfortunately for drivers like those two, they're not been able to compete, and pretty much their race is over, as SDRT Wiseacre's got himself a 1 second penalty. So he's going to be losing that slipstream big time, and he's going to be on the back foot, where VLX Uzo is actually closing in on these guys. He's only 4.5 or 4.8, so he must have served a half second there as well.
Yeah, that looks to be the case there, as Gabans closes in on him, and then rounding out the top 5 is Ninja Kid for the ICRE Racing team, which is basically a continuation of the Gridline team in the number 19 Porsche with Benjo GLR, who will be joining us for the second stint.
Exactly, and they've just pretty much, him and Gridline pulled out along with GLR Scotty, and that car was sitting there in the back shed just covering up dust, and I think Benja came in with the big bucks and just said, well, I'm going to take this car, I'm going to take this out for one more crack, and we're going to bring it to the legendary Le Mans, which is actually located in the city of Le Mans, but the track is also known as Circuit de la Sarthe, where first race on that track was held back in 1921, and had a long stretch of consecutive races held at Le Mans, where there were only a few cancellations of a few races back in 1936, where it was cancelled due to a workers' strike, and the period of World War II between 1940 and 1948, where it could not be held and no races were held in the country of France. But right now we've actually got but after that it has been full-on Le Mans action, and this year marks the 89th edition of the biggest race in the endurance racing world, where it will take place from the 21st and the 22nd of August 2021, where it'll be the Toyota Gazoo Racing leading the way in the LMP class. So the only major brand in the LMP class, because all the big names like Porsche's pulled out after 2017 and Audi earlier on.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Porsche pulled out, Audi. Of course, you had Nissan's ill-fated attempt about 6-7 years ago as well that we should mention.
And that was a shocker, wasn't it?
Yeah, so
It
much
didn't-
hype behind it, and basically nothing come of it in a way. So, but with the new hypercar rules coming in, and also the LMDH regulations as well, you're going to see the likes of Audi and Porsche return, and I think even Ferrari have got a team set up. Of course, with the budget cap coming into Formula One, they can take those resources and compete in other championships as well, and keep their hundreds of workers employed as well in a job.
Yeah, the new rules are going to be amazing to see. And I think that comes at the end of 2023. If I'm right there, or 2025. I'm not so sure when the hypercar rules come in, but it will be a great sight to see, where it will actually be a lot of manufacturers coming back in, competing for the glorious victory that is Le Mans. That will be the Le Mans 24-hour, as Norm XC is actually approaching the first of the last cars in the GT class. Who is he coming up? He's coming up to Big Bruce Dark in the EBM RoboSport Racing Corvette. So he's going to get lapped, be the first car lapped, and it is the beginning of lap 7 for Normex that has overtaken the first lap car. That is Big Bruce the Shark in the EBM RoboSport Racing, with Rugworth right behind him. So a little bit again, it's his second event here in the endurance series for Rugworth. They're part of my team, and he's just learning the ground rules of endurance racing. It is his second event, so he just needs to learn it in a way, and he's doing a great job in 13th place, but he knows he can do better, especially with an Aston Martin behind him.
Well, I'm just trying to add things up here a bit. I reckon, what is he, about 8 seconds behind Ninja Kid, and I think Gaban's is about 4 or 5 seconds down, so 13 seconds in the first 20 minutes isn't terrible, so he's still very much in touch with the lead cars.
Yeah, exactly right, and he's only been lapped once in the LMP class, so you can tell it's a very big it's a very long lap. The drivers like Normex setting 3:22s as your fastest lap in qualifying, and it just shows that it is a very long navigation around the 17.3 kilometer circuit, and for a driver like Normex to get up to speed within 7 laps is pretty amazing.
Yeah, very very strong effort there from Normex, and although of course we do expect the GT class to present a bit of challenge throughout the event as they get lapped by the faster prototypes, especially with these long straights that we have so many of at the Le Saf circuit, so there's plenty of opportunity for the prototypes to stretch their legs and get up the speed.
Exactly. As we look at Ninja Kid in the Porsche, in 12th place, but 5th in class, like you've mentioned. Ninja Kid 02 from the United States of America in 12th place, with a nice striking purple and black Porsche 911, which actually has which, like you said, is part of the ISA racing team in those colours. But it looks like as well, I was going to say, I was wondering why Justin was up in 8th place, but it was that disconnect that Bite the Roses had. So I'm very unfortunate for the EBM team. They're definitely on the back foot, but hopefully Brandosa can pull through and basically fight for glory, I guess, fight for pride.
Yeah, of course. I mean, as many laps as you can get in during your own 2 hours, it all counts at the end of the day, and you never know, there might be another team that disconnects early on as well, and then you find yourself in a race against them for that position and those extra points that can be crucial at the end of the season.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And who knows, anybody can get a disconnect when you're in a lobby like this. So anybody can get it, and it could be a leading car, it could be a midfield car, it could be the car that's just towards the back end of the field. But laps do matter and laps do count. So if he can claw some laps back and at least a car or two disconnect for some reason, then unfortunately, yeah, he might be able to move himself up back into the top 5 within a matter of a stint.
Yeah, exactly right. I will just add to that, let's just hope for the sake of the race that the streamer/host doesn't disconnect, otherwise that could be very disastrous in terms of the race and everyone competing in it.
Absolutely. We don't want to put a curse on yourself, Jarman, with the organisation of the stream and the lobby. So, and basically we do want to give a shout out to yourself for putting on a very special event like this for the Le Mans 6 hours. So we never thought in a million years that this event would be pretty popular amongst the Trackstars community and the communities from other racing leagues and series. So thanks for putting on a great show, and thanks for putting on a great event where looks like at least we've got 14 cars on the grid, and looks like we'll have 12 in split 2 in our second lobby. So if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't even have this many cars on the track.
Yeah, thanks for that, and I will also say that your efforts as well during the last few weeks have also made this race what it is too. So can't take all the credit myself, that's for sure.
It's exactly what we want to. It's exactly what we want to promote as a brand, as a Trackstars Racing Series brand. We want to bring as many great drivers as we can for big events like this. And I think possibly, if popularity grows, I wouldn't be surprised. Don't count out surprise for in Trackstars touring cars enduros to be packed chocker blocks as well later on in the year.
Yeah, that'll be something that the management group will have to work out on. I know myself, I'm weighing up options of how to make it work, and of course,
exactly.
Yeah, we'll have to have those discussions later on as well.
Absolutely, but I think our focal point tonight is the Le Mans 6 hour, where it is Justin 930 leading the way in your car in the It's Racing Esports Aston Martin V12 Vantage, the last of the V12 cars back in when they stopped racing in the 2013-2014 season at Le Mans, where it dropped themselves back down into a V6 Aston Martin Vantage. So they've gone down a few cylinders in the car, but it's still proved to be very competitive back in the day. And now currently, I think they've got themselves in a great position. But I'm not so sure if Aston Martin's racing in the Le Mans this year. I think they did pull out. There are actually a few brands that actually pulled out from this year's Le Mans series.
Yeah, I'll have to do some quick research on that one.
Oh, that's why we've got an hour and 32 left. So we've got a lot of research, and we can do a quick little Google search on things, and and then hopefully bring it, and hopefully it's all true by the end of the stream.
Having a quick look, it looks like there's Ferraris, Porsche. There is Aston Martin's taking part in the amateur class of the GTs.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yep, there's actually a factory entry from the Aston Martin Racing in the
so they actually do have cars in there. I thought I remember reading somewhere. I don't know if it was actually a Le Mans event or an actually World Endurance Series where they actually pulled out, or it could have been another small series like the Blanchamp GT class, possibly GT Enduros might have been the case, but I'm not 100% sure. But as we look up towards 11th place in the PLE Esports, it is Caban's representing Germany, because he is a German-born driver and currently lives in Australia, rocking a nice livery and a very special livery there on the bonnet there, which is the famous hashtag No Social Hate that was put out by Chaz Mostert in the Australian Supercars Touring Car Series, where basically it's all about just giving everybody equal rights and basically no hate speech and no bullying in the outside world. So it is a great message for the racing community to get behind.
Yeah, that's certainly right, and yeah, of course, I mean, you sort of have to just look at some of the comment sections of like the Supercars page and places like that, and it can turn into a very nasty place, especially if someone doesn't like what a particular driver's done. Fans are very vocal of their opinions, and sometimes they don't engage their brain before typing, so it's sort of something to create awareness of, to just sort of think before what you write, and just probably think about how you'd feel if it was said to yourself.
Exactly. So it is a great hashtag that Chaz Mostert did put out there, and he was one of the first to actually put out the trend there, and everyone in the supercars community and all the communities around the Australian motoring industry actually got behind. So it was a great movement for Chaz Mostert to pull that out and receive a great amount of support for the no social hate. So it's a really nice thing. But as we look up here, 4th place Rick Creed in the Robo Sport entry with the VVG and Robo Sport Racing LMP Toyota, followed behind by Loudy Darkness, who's actually making a great recovery up into 5th place here. So he's on the back foot. He's got his teammate ahead of him. So I wonder if they might be playing the team orders, saying, well, Loudy Darkness is one of the leading cars in the championship in the 14, or in the 22, I should say, running the 23, which is the Nissan which is Japanese for Nissan. And I wonder if they're going to play the team orders here.
Yeah, it's probably a long race to start doing that, but yeah, I'm sure if Loudy Darkness has obviously got the pace here, because he's made a move on Devlin Calypso and he's right on the back, so I'm sure that even without team orders, it'll be somewhat of an easy move for Loudy Darkness to complete at some stage.
Exactly, and as I start looking through the comments sections, because we want to get you guys involved as well, so we've got a great amount of viewers online now. We've got 28 viewers, so thank you very much for tuning in to the stream, guys. And as I read through it, Little Blacker actually made the comment about Aston Martin talk that is actually the factory team itself pulled out, so there is no longer a factory team Aston Martin racing. So they do have Aston Martin cars, but there is no actually factory team, as you've actually caught something on the replay, Jarman. Oh yes, a little bit of a tail happy moment from Rick Green in 5th place there as he drops down a spot, but he hasn't lost much time because the gap between him and Devlin is 9.8. So it's a comfortable gap for Rick to not make a bigger mistake than that.
Yeah, and maybe just under a bit of pressure from Loudy Darkness, who was on his tail at that point. And maybe now that he's up into 4th place, Rick Green can now just focus on putting those laps in and making as little mistakes as possible from here on.
Exactly right. And as we start looking up, as I said, we want to thank our members online on the YouTube as I start to read through more comments as well. Aussie Copper has mentioned FIA WEC World Endurance Championship needs to go from GTE to GT3. Otherwise, only Porsche and Ferrari are hanging around to compete. Aston Martin Racing did compete in the 6 Hours of Spa, but in the Pro-Am category. So there you go. So some great inside knowledge from our boys online. So thank you very much for bring those comments in. Little Black has also mentioned about his liveries that he actually painted up himself. So he's done a really great job with the Robo Sport entries representing the old Nissan Calsonic 962 Group C entry from back in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, they did look rather beautiful sitting there together. I'm not sure what's going on with Loudy Darkness here, whether it looks like he's hit the pause button for some reason.
Or maybe a cramp or a stretch.
Yeah.
So he's already completed, he's on his 10th lap here in the Le Mans 6 Hours, so I think a stretch might be necessary for some drivers, so they've got a lot of time on the straights, that's for sure.
Probably something not encouraged to hit the pause screen, but yeah, maybe just did it to take a bit of a break while he was going at speed.
Exactly, and also DJ also pointed out. He says he also follows Chaz closely as a supporter and as an official, because he is a volunteer or certified official in the V8 Supercars series. He does a lot of events such as Bathurst 1000s, the Bathurst 500, and a few of the Sydney Motorsport parks. So anywhere he can go, he can officiate. And yeah, he's sponsored, or he's been following his career, and basically the no social hate as well.
So it looks like Justin 930's been into the pits, and we've missed that one while we're following the prototype. So yeah, the 41 on lap 7, so it looks like he's pitted at the end of lap 7. So that's dropped him down to 11th, but Looks like
I wonder.
the cars
I wonder what
in
the
front.
fuel is like with the. Actually, I want to just let's have a look at the fuel types with the at least with SDRT Weizsäcker. I wonder what his fuel's like because we know that he was in a close battle with Justin. So he's on the brim of an empty tank. So he'll definitely be coming at the end of this lap. What about Ninja Kid? I wonder if he's got a bit more fuel in his car. A little bit. He saves a little bit more, but I guess in a way you save as much fuel as you can, so you have less time at the pit stop. But it looks like VLX as well has entered the pit lane not long ago at the previous lap, so he's on an out lap right now. What about Gabans? One of his done the same as well. Yes, he has. So all these drivers following each other around. Possibly Rugworth as well has done a pit stop in that thirsty Aston Martin Vantage as well. So we have Rugworth leading at the back of the field, where we have SDRT Weizsäcker leading the way in the GT class, followed by Ninja Kid 02, Big Bruce the Shark, but he's also yet to pit, as well as the top three. But so I think in theory, the leader of the class will be Justin 930 once the pit stops come into place.
Yeah, I'm just looking through things here. I'm gonna say, looks like Weizsäcker's gonna have to pit at the end of this lap, and I might say Ninja Kid have to as well. And so all three of them will have to pit, so they're just falling short of that 40-minute mark where they can stretch things out to a two-stop strategy. So thinking, unless there's a fair bit of fuel saving going on, everyone's just is going to be binded to that free stop by the looks of things in the GT class.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough to make it a two-stop in the GT class. I know, especially when I had to do a quick stint in the BMW M6 for the PLE entry, 24 entry, that I was trying to do my best to save as much fuel as I could, but there was no way you could save a lot of fuel on that car. As looks like SDRT Weizsäcker comes into the pits, negotiates that very nicely, but it is a bit of a tight entry, Jarman, between the tyre barrier and a sharp tiny mini chicane, literally.
Yes, it's very easy to catch yourself out going in through there, and I know in the practice laps that I did earlier in the week, I was very cautious going in there compared to probably what everyone else will be.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think just most drivers want to get as much time as they can quickly through the pit lane. But it looks like, as you've seen, Ninja Kid has got 8 litres compared to Weizsäcker's 3, so that will definitely close the gap in a way between Weizsäcker and Ninja Kid as well, and even Bruce the Shark with 5%. So all tiny things like so help towards the end of the race.
Yes, it all counts, and yeah, looking at this, they're about 2-3 minutes short of being in the window for a two-stop. So.
And as we do see here, Jarman, we have got VLX Huzo has actually come through with an undercut, a beautiful undercut, and has made a move on SDRT Weizsäcker. A lovely move for the CP Motorsports number 18, up into second place in class, with SDRT Weizsäcker in third in class. But he's going to take a little while to get comfortable with his tyres and get them up to temperature, because the outlap is very, very slippery with these cars, with the racing hards, and with the tyre wear depletion as well. So he's going to take him a little while, but hopefully on the straights he can catch back up, as VLX runs a little bit too wide and catch too much understeer on the kink before the Mulsanne straight.
Yeah, it looks like I think I might have accidentally Lance Strolled everyone there by trying to jump to VLX's car and accidentally got Justin instead. So apologies for that on the stream. But yeah, now we're following the battle between the two Porsches heading down the Mulsanne straights.
The braking corner at the PlayStation chicane. It looks like Weizsäcker's just gone a little bit too deep there, but he hasn't compromised too much. What about his exit speed? He looks like he has, so he's just outside. He's just within the grasp of the slipstream, so he shouldn't have to lose much more than that, because once you go past 7/10 or 7.5/10, that slipstream is no longer your friend.
Yeah, you sort of start, well, you can keep yourself dragged in there, but you start to not gain that time that you can from the slipstream. So Weizsäcker's slowly reeling him in here, but VLX Huzo's doing really well through the corners and just pulling enough of that gap that he can just hold off Weizsäcker through the rest of the corners, as there goes one of the prototype cars of Huey, putting a lap down on the two GTs.
So Huey's come a long way up into 7th place and last in class. But unfortunately, as we also see on the chat, Jamie Jihan, who is actually by the roses, his Wi-Fi actually cut out on him, so that's a little bit unfortunate on his end, and puts a little bit of a downer on the 34 entry.
Yeah, I did see that there, and yeah, very unfortunate about the Wi-Fi cutting out. And yeah, definitely not what we want to see during this race. Oh, there goes Norm XC trying to squeeze up the inside of Wiseacre, as we get a good view of that from the back of VLX Huzo's on board.
Exactly, and that's the big challenge for our drivers today. It is the lap traffic, but I guess for a track like this that is really wide, I don't think it really much hinders progression, you could say, compared to Laguna Seca that we had in the last round.
Yeah, that's a very good point, and yeah, obviously for the prototype cars, they need to know that they're not going to really win too much by trying to force their way through, and it could even come back to bite them if they get themselves a penalty by trying to force themselves into a gap that's only half there.
Exactly right. So as we look up towards the overall leaders of the Le Mans Series, it is actually Norm XC leading the way in the LMP class as he passes the leader of the GT class. That's what I was meant to say. Ahead of Justin 930, but leading the way in the LMP prototype with speedy tyres in second place for CP Motorsport, almost 35 seconds adrift. So the difference between the Porsche and the Toyota is coming to effects in this race.
Yeah, you're definitely right there, although let's see, have a bit of a look. Actually, now that I say that, I thought maybe there was a bit of fuel saving, but looks like Speedy Tyres has got some damage here.
What's going on here? I wonder. Oh, that must have happened a little bit earlier, but unbelievable scenes for Speedy Tyres and CP Motorsports to get an engine damage, and that luckily, fortunate enough for them, they actually got it up towards the end of the circuit. But look at JMX closing in, and look at that to make it worse. He's copped himself a half second, but he's done it just before the pit lane. So a nice little recovery there for Speedy Tyres. So looks like as well JMX is up into it, doing a great job after a poor qualifying in third place with Loudy Darkmist in fourth. Looks like JMX is going to continue out for one more lap. Yes, he does. So he's putting in the hard yards, and he's going to go for an easy two-stop in his LMP car.
Yeah, it looks like he's gone for a two-stop, and I think Speedy Tyres will manage to do that as well. Looks like Loudy Darkmist has got a...
Oh, I think he just cut away at the wrong time there. Looks like Kiwi had a little bit of a hairy moment there with Normax. He just went a little bit too deep there, as we might catch a quick replay. Yes, so it looks like, I think I just did see the caught a little bit of Kiwi just outbraking himself and almost do what they pretty much did in Baku, outbraking themselves and at least thankfully not crashing into the leader of the race.
Yeah, although it looks like Norman's copped a bit of a penalty there for maybe trying to avoid things, but I don't think it'll chew too much into that time gap he's got over everyone else.
50 seconds between him and JMX. That is an amazing show of pace that Normax has had, and puts himself in the box seat for the overall victory of Le Mans. But I guess never say never. Normax or any one of his drivers could make a potential mistake within their stints, so we just don't know yet, as Loudy Darkmist comes into the pits with 19 litres left, so he's actually done a lot of fuel saving, but with front splitter damage, I think he just wanted to come in and make it a safe two-stopper.
Yeah, probably a good idea for him there, and get that damage fixed and maybe get a bit of pace in the car again. As we see down, it's Devlin in the pits as well.
Yep, for the Nightwalker Racing team up into 6th place, so they're doing a great job into 6th place. Haven't had too many battles with Devlin Calypso, but the team is always pulling through, and they're showing consistency. And every week they're always joining us and having a bit of fun with each other. So having a bit of fun with the boys as well. So it shows great commitment from those guys to put in the hard yards, and as we do see in the TS2 series as well, their speed slowly improves, but they are I think they're there for the fun and having a great time.
Yeah, and I'd say that they're even getting better with each passing round as well. So
exactly,
that's always a good thing, that if they're improving every time they get out as well, it sort of makes it a lot more enjoyable for the team.
Absolutely. And as we look at QE, the last of the prototypes in 7th place, just got lapped there by Norm XC for the Piswaza entry. But as it looks like Norm XC is actually going to come into the pits to get his, to fill up the car, 3% of fuel left. I wonder what JMX might be on, because I did see his car was on red as well, and he's about 50 seconds back. So, he's marginal as well. So he will definitely be short shifting the hell out of his 32 Mashbuds racing entry.
Yeah, I think he'll definitely be in this time around for sure, and
absolutely. Otherwise, that'll give me a worry as a team manager, as a team boss myself. That'll be a bit of a worry if he says he surely can't do one more lap here. But it looks like he's just getting a little bit held up there by Cabans in the BMW. So this is not what you want for JMX, because he looks like he was closing in on speedy tyres as well. And I think that will definitely compromise his run, his second stint on the hard tyres and a full tank of fuel. So I wonder what JMX's strategy is going to be, whether it's going to be aggressive to catch up to speedy tyres, or just run his own race and stay in 3rd place and just keep ahead of the Robo Sport cars, which I think for him is very important for the championship.
Yeah, probably, well, it would be a tough one, but if the opportunity is there to get himself into 2nd spot at the end of this stint, I'm sure he'd take it and make life a little bit easier for yourself and Punts in the final 4 hours. I'm sure the two of you would enjoy that as well.
Yeah, exactly right, and we do look forward to the challenge. Myself and Punts especially, we definitely look forward to having a battle with with the new guys and familiar faces as well, and as we hopefully continue to extend our lead in the Endurance Series, where it is myself and Punts leading the way by a mere 6 points ahead of the 22 in Lurox 22 and Little Blacko, who their 3rd driver, Loudy Darkmist, doing a great job into 5th place after a recovery session that we add between Loudy Darkmist and a few others, as well as JMX comes out of the pit lane. He's actually only 2.3, so he's gained a lot, Jarman, after that pit stop. So it was about 12 seconds in the pit stops, and he's only caught up to about 2.7. So this is a great outlap. That was a great outlap stint that JMX had. So if it wasn't for that lap traffic, I'm not so sure. I think it could have been a little bit closer.
Yeah, definitely could have been a bit closer there as he tries to make a move and put a lap down on the sister Mashbuds racing car in the GT class. So looks like he's about out 4 seconds a gap at the moment. So definitely not out of the equation that he could finish this stint in 2nd place.
Absolutely. It's a long way to go. We're only an hour and 12 to go. So a long race ahead of us as we look to take a little bit of a break here as we look up towards the field. It is Normex XC leading the way in the LMP prototype class with speedy tyres, 52 seconds adrift of Normex. So, and 3rd place with JMX right on his tails, around about 4 seconds behind speedy tyres. So can JMX close in on speedy tyres? It looks like Speedy Tyres has got himself a half-second penalty. Can he close in with about being 1.2 behind? We'll find out very shortly. as we're about to start lap 15 here at the Trackstars Endurance Series Le Mans 6 Hour. It is Normex XC leading the way for the Pisvaza Racing Team LMP Toyota, with Speedy Tyres in second place for CP Motorsport, with JMX closing in on Speedy rapidly, about 2.3 seconds behind Speedy in the Mash Buds Racing, with Loudy Darkmist a further 38 seconds. So on the recovery drive for Loudy Darkmist and the 22, who are now running the 23 for this one race event only, with Rick Green in 5th place, with Devlin in 6th, Kiwi in 7th and last place in the prototype, but doing a great job trying to do his best to recover that car up to getting close to Devlin as we look towards the leaders as well. So it is Justin 930 leading the way in the GT class as well in his It's Racing Esports Aston Martin, with VLX Huso closing in very rapidly, 2.2 behind Justin. So VLX Huso and SDRT Weiss is running line astern each other, so they are actually catching Justin very fast, but looks like Weissach has picked himself up a half-second penalty there, so he'll have to burn that off very soon. So Justin might be a little bit looking more towards his rear view mirror rather than looking straight ahead. But as we look down towards the grid as well, we might see as well Gabans, I think, is up into 4th place as well, with Ninja Kid in 5th. Ninja Kid in 5th, with Big Bruce the Shark in 13th place for the EBM Robo Sport Racing Corvette C7. And finally, rounding up the final placing on the grid is Rugworth in the Total Mash Buds Racing Aston Martin in 14th in the 47. So we look ahead. Actually, I do see, Jarman, look at JMX and Speedy Tyres. Oh, there has actually been a change for the lead there. I wonder if we can catch a quick replay. We must have just missed it. I wonder if Speedy Tyres just made a big mistake there, because JMX has come through. Oh, it looks like he has, and they're just trying to overlap each other, and side by side they went, and JMX is now in 2nd place and in 2nd in class in the LMP category. In the LMP class, it is JMX in 2nd with Speedy Tyres in 3rd place. What a great recovery it is for JMX from starting in 6th place, moved himself up into 2nd and got himself ahead of Speedy Tyres. This second stint for JMX is looking really promising, and is looking at a great showing for JMX to be leading the way for leading Speedy Tyres away in 2nd place. But as he come up towards a few lap cars in the GT class, he's going to be coming through. Looks like Speedy Tyres has gone through that cleanly, but looks like JMX has got compromised massively, and JMX is getting heavily compromised by the CP Motorsport Porsche. So can Speedy Tyres make a move on JMX? He does, but he just backs out of it the last minute there to avoid contact. Boys, it's a very long race to go, so I wouldn't want to have too much contact between you guys. But is JMX leading the way of Speedy Tyres, with Normex leading the field by almost a minute between JMX and Speedy Tyres. So this shows a great dominant performance from Normex C in the Pisvaza Toyota LMP.
Yeah, very strong performance there from Normex C so far, and I'm sure that he'll be enjoying his very comfortable margin out in front while these two cars between the CP Motorsports Porsche Speedy Tyres and the Mash Buds Racing Toyota of JMX go to battle over 2nd place, while he just continues to extend that lead over the entire field.
And for Norm XC, I do apologise for stumbling on that name. Norm XC, a Kiwi, he's actually looking to put a really good gap on these guys, so he can get his other two drivers in Jono Stan 96 and Captain Risky 21 a comfortable checkered flag finish towards come the 6 hour of the Le Mans 6 hour. But like we've said plenty of times, and like we've seen earlier in the broadcast, anything can happen with disconnects and crashes within the first lap.
Yeah, that's very much true, and even though he might have a minute advantage now, we never know that yourself or Puntz might jump in, or even Papa and Diswood could come in and gain that minute back in the 2nd stint, so then it's all game on in the final stint or even towards the end of the race. Absolutely, and even Loudy Darkmist as well is actually closed up on Speedy Tyres. He was about 38 behind JMX, but he's now 35, so he's chewing away the gap between himself and Speedy Tyres very slowly. But Speedy Tyres does not want to lose the slipstream of that very powerful Toyota LMP TS050 that is driven by JMX in the 32 Mash Buds Racing. So he does not want to lose slip, because we know for a fact that the hybrid on the Porsche is definitely not a great hybrid and lacks that hybrid pull. Yeah, it's just a little bit off the pace of the Toyota, but still very much a competitive car in the right hands. He runs a bit wide there into the second chicane. And that'll just compromise him a little bit and maybe even drop him out of that slipstream.
As we look down the grid as well, I do believe actually Kiwi's actually made himself past Devlin Calypso, so he's up into 6th place with a half-second penalty to serve on the start-finish straight. So, it looks like he's going to be too deep, and he's actually in the gravel as well. As we spoke too soon, bit of a commentator's curse on Kiwi, just to say you've done a great job there, but now it looks like Devlin's closed in that gap massively. But I think Kiwi, as a driver himself, he knows he's a little bit faster than Devlin, so he will manage to pull away in his Porsche EBM Motorsport. We've actually only lost one driver this evening, or this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, where it was the sister car, the 34 EBM Motorsport, sponsored by Elite Brake and Mechanical, where driver TTV Bite the Roses had a disconnect in his race early on in the stint and has lost all his laps and potentially lost a chance to fight for the top 5.
Yeah, that was a very unfortunate event early on, and yeah, really sucks to see that happen. So unfortunately we're down one car, but thankfully we're only down one car so far, an hour into the race, so fingers crossed they all stay on track for the next hour.
And I believe we are also down a car in the Split 2 lobby. As we might mention to our viewers, we do have a second lobby with the Split 2 Le Mans 6 Hour, hosted by the one and only Chef Toddy, where you can actually go check him out on his Twitch channel, and he could be possibly streaming the event, but we're not too sure on that. But yeah, he's got a class of 13 cars, 12 cars now. One had disconnected, so it shows that we've still got a great lobby going into the Split 2. So unfortunately we don't know what the results are, unless somebody from the chat might be able to tell us what the order is. That might be great. Otherwise we're going to go in blind and not know who's in what position.
Yeah, I think we'll have to just keep our eyes peeled on the results here while we can, and if we get any information coming through from Split 2, then we'll certainly keep everyone on this stream updated about it.
Absolutely. And it looks like Justin is coming into the pits for the second time, so I wonder, he's definitely going to be struggling to even 3-stop, Jarman. He looks like, because it's only an hour, and not even an hour into the race, could he be doing a 4-stop?
He might have his hand forced here, which would be very, very much a disadvantage to the team. If he has to 4-stop, that's going to cost him an extra 40 seconds, and he had the CP Motorsports Porsche VLX Huso breathing down his neck at that point, so I wonder what's going on
leading
there.
the race, and now VLX Huso is leading the way in the GT class in the Porsche 911 RSI for CP Motorsport team number 18, leading the way ahead of SDRT Weissaker in the Shade-On Racing Porsche 911. So it's a Porsche 1-2. So I think earlier in the week people were a little bit unsure about the Porsche's pace, but so far they're 1 and 2.
Yeah, although looking at it, he came in with 17 litres of fuel, so I think he could have stretched another lap if he wanted to. So maybe there's a bit of a strategy going on there for Justin, that maybe he just wanted to get himself a bit of a undercut on VLX Huso, just to maybe get himself a bit more of a gap again and see himself off through to the end of the race. Yeah.
Maybe use the straight line advantage with fresh tyres and just try and see if we can reel that gap in and even come out even with a bigger lead. But again, the Aston is a very thirsty car, and I'm pretty sure you would know about it as well, that it being a thirsty car, that it does drink its fuel very fast. So I definitely wouldn't be surprised if he does a 4-stop, but if he does do a 3-stop and he just makes it through, then that'll be a brave effort from Justin 930.
Yeah, I have a feeling, just looking at the fuel consumption there and how much he had left, that he does have something up his sleeve here by the looks of things. Yeah,
exactly right. And Justin 930 is a known man in the Trackstars community, and he also does a lot of endurance racing on his iRacing account as well. So I'm pretty sure he would have a very good knowledge about fuel assumptions and how to race in endurance racing. So we'll definitely have to keep an eye on that come the final minute of the first stint of the 6-hour event, where it is led by VLX Huso leading the way in the GT class for CP Motorsport, as we've said, followed by SDRT Weissaker also in the Porsche. So it is a Porsche 1-2 with Gabans representing himself in the his nationality with the German flag in third place, followed by Ninja Kid in the other Porsche up into fourth place there as well. So the Porsches are actually having a great showing today, Jarman, because I think it's pretty much more of that fuel consumption with the Porsche that's giving them the upper hand.
I think you're right there. The fuel consumption really helps out, and you'll also find that like the power and weight's actually comparable to the Aston Martin. Well, very close-ish, but I'd say they've given up a bit of power, but there's a bit more weight as well on the Porsche. But I think these two teams have really, after a bit of struggles earlier on, they've started to get their heads around this car and finally extracting some speed out of it.
Absolutely, and I think, like we said earlier in the week, they've just been struggling for pace, and some guys have just been struggling to understand the concept of this Porsche and how they can get it around Le Mans. But I think VLX Huso, it looks like it hasn't affected VLX Huso and SDRT Weissaker, so they're doing themselves a great job. But I'm pretty sure, looks like VLX might be peeling off towards the pits on this lap. No, he doesn't, so he actually goes for the extra lap. Weissaker looked like he thought he was going to go in, but he's staying out. Looks like he can stay out for another good couple of laps, but we're not too sure. But Justin actually is into fourth place, so he actually did pass Ninja Kid, or maybe was past Ninja Kid earlier on. So Ninja Kid, yes, in fifth place in his Porsche 911, car number 19, Ice Racing, followed by Big Bruce the Shark and Rugworth down in 14th place. As you managed to catch something there.
I just have to have a look at that replay again, because it looks like Bruce might have made a mistake there or something.
Okay.
I'll just jump back and see what happened. There we go. Yeah, he got a bit into the gravel there at the exit of Anage and pushed himself across the track. Thankfully, Devlin Calypso was a bit further behind there in that case, so he wasn't caught up in that.
Absolutely, and Rugworth is not far behind him as well in 14th place. That's, yes, we do see Ninja Kid 02 in the pit lane with 20 litres of fuel. So
and I wonder if front end damage as well, so that might have been forced on him.
That's why. Okay, that's where we didn't see that. So he did pick up a front left suspension failure on his car, and that unfortunately forces him into the pit lane, because he looked like he also could have gone for at least another couple of laps there, but he's going to drop himself way down the order. And I think in a way, Jarman, when you have a strategy set in place, you just don't know if you're gonna. You just need to go in thinking that if you do have a strategy, you have to be prepared for the unexpected, like damage and consequences and crashes. But luckily for us, there's no safety cars here. Otherwise, it would be a bit of chaos.
Yeah, the safety car would definitely throw a big spanner in the works in all strategies and planning. So at least in that case, you can somewhat plan around what could happen if you have a clean race, that you pit at this time and that works out to 2 or 3 stops or even 4 stops. So that's one way to look at things. But then of course, if you make a mistake and take on damage, then that also throws a spanner into the works to maybe have to pit to get that damage fixed, and you just have to adjust the strategies a little bit to make sure you can get the maximum out of the hand that you're dealt.
As we look up towards second place, I actually did see Speedy Tyres has actually got ahead of JMX, so I wonder if has JMX got some sort of damage on his car, or he just must have made a mistake there. It looks like, yeah, well, there's no damage on his car, but it just must have made a mistake. And I guess in a way, the pressure of the CP Motorsports and a driver like Speedy Tyres does give you a little bit of nerves behind the wheel, thinking, well, you are racing like probably one of the top drivers in the Gran Turismo community in Speedy Tyres, and I guess in a way, pressure like that could creep in.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that it looks like JMX has made a mistake here, because I think that gap was about 33 seconds to Loudy Dark Mist when they
Okay.
were having the battle, and I think it stayed about constant between Speedy Tyres and Loudy Dark Mist. So just
Okay.
looking there, there's 4 seconds between Speedy and JMX and 29 between JMX and Loudy Dark Mist, so that would add up to about 33. So probably things point towards JMX making a mistake there somewhere.
Could have been a mistake, or probably would have had to have served a penalty. So either just definitely cost him second place. So he's not far back. He's only about just a bit over 4 seconds behind Speedy Tyres. So he's got plenty of time in him. He's only got about less than 55 minutes to go, and has to do another stop. But I'm pretty sure, looking at the fuel, he's actually probably got a little bit more fuel compared to Speedy Tyres, because we do know Speedy Tyres himself. He is pretty much the king of fuel saving and conserving tyres, so he'll be doing everything he can to pull out all stops to keep ahead of JMX. And I wonder about Normex as well, because he's opened up over a minute over Speedy Tyres, so that's incredible work from Normex, from the Pisvaza racing team, debuting in the LMP car, putting on a dominant show for the team, led by Normex C.
Yeah, just going back to the YouTube comments, Captain Risky just put a comment saying just call him Norm, it's a fair bit easier. I think that's what everyone calls him rather than Norm XC.
Yeah. It's always weird when you see a gamer tag, as we actually will come back to that later. We do see VLX Yuzo and Gabans come into the pit lane with only 5% and 9% respectively. But it looks like SDRT Wisek is leading the way. I wonder if he actually has come in and taken a fuel stop, so he's actually leading the race, Jarman.
Yes, and the 2 Porsches are out in front in the GT class ahead of the Aston Martin.
You know what this could have been, Jarman? I think Wiseacre followed Huzo into the pit lane, but Wiseacre actually had more fuel under his belt, and he's actually done a great job to pull out
no, he
a
actually
big...
pitted a lap earlier, I think.
Oh, did he? Okay,
no,
he must have done so.
Actually, sorry.
No, he actually, well, he
apologise.
looks like he pitted at the same time as VLX User, but I'm pretty sure the fuel between VLX and Wiseacre was massive. So, like I said earlier in the broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, fuel can come into this event, and the more you save, the better outcome you get. And in Wiseacre's case, he's leading the race.
Yeah, worked out very well for Wiseacre, and very good strategy play from the 2 Porsches has really got themselves up in front, and maybe all those concerns about the Aston Martin having a faster car, I mean, it might be good over 1 lap, but of course the fuel consumption is coming to bite it a little bit, and it might actually hinder it in a long run, that it's not as good of a race car as the Porsche is.
Exactly right. And as we do see, read through our Discord chat, we have got a couple of entries coming in. It looks like we have Jaden Mills looking to come in and make a bit of a late substitute. I'm not so sure if it's going to be for the EBM Motorsport team or if it might be somebody in the second lobby. But it looks like we might have a late entry coming in very soon for the second and third stint, respectively. So
Yes.
it shows a good community in us, and it shows in a way that people do jump into the Discord and people do watch in and tune into the stream, and they look at drivers and they say, well, in a way, if you want some help, I'll put my hand up. I'm free. I've got a couple of hours to spare, so I'm happy to race.
Yeah,
So-
that's always good to see someone willing to jump in and have a run and maybe help someone out who's in a bit of need.
Exactly right. Well, I did see earlier in the chat, I think it was TCF Old Boy was looking to get a drive because he pulled out at the last minute. And it looks like as well Xiaomi 5, as well as we mentioned earlier, has a newborn just recently, so he's definitely out of the race. So EBM will be scratching their heads trying to pick as many drivers as they can because time's running out for them.
Yeah, that's very true there, and you may see a bit of shuffling around come the second stint compared to what we were expecting.
Absolutely, and it looks like, but I'm pretty sure in the second stint we might see EBM Brandosa leading the way for the EBM Motorsport, and it looked like the team boss S Mitch might have to either step in or might have to find a driver from outside of the Track Stars, or might even have to look on his PlayStation friends list and just message everybody and say, can you come and race, please?
Yeah, that's very much a possibility. That you just have to get desperate and message whoever you can to just get in and drive for you.
Exactly. Look at that, Bob. As we look up into this battle, it looks like this might be the only close battle we were seeing here so far, with less than 50 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. So time is flying by really rapidly, and in a way that it looks like SDRT Wiseacre leading the way in the GT class, with VLX Huzo in 9th and Justin just losing a bit of touch to VLX Huzo. That Porsche is really strong in the last sequence of corners, and you can definitely tell it was about 0.8 and now it's almost about 1.7 ahead of Justin.
Yeah, so very good run there from VLX Huzo through the last few corners, making the most of that Porsche and getting that gap out. And now Justin will be looking to get a good run out of Tete Rouge and down Mulsanne Straight and try and reel him in a bit more again.
We did talk about the Porsches leading the way in first and second in GT, and Speedy Tyres doing a great job in second place in the LMP. It is funny, it is actually very interesting to know that Porsche, as a constructor, has actually won the most Le Mans races, taking out an outstanding 19 wins dating back from 1970 up until its last in 2017, where Mark Webber actually was part of the Porsche Academy. But funny enough, Jeremy, he actually never managed to win a Le Mans race out of all his years after retiring from Formula One in 2013. He never actually managed to win a Le Mans with the Porsche team.
Yeah, he came close. I think 2016 it might have been. He ran second, and I think the second Porsche of Brendan Hartley ended up taking the win in that case.
Yeah, well, I think it was Brendan Hartley, Earl Bamber, and I think
that might have been the year Hulkenberg won with them as well.
Oh, it could have been. No, yeah, that was. I think that was. Yeah, probably you could be right actually. Well, he was a German, so it probably could have been Nico Hulkenberg. So you're not wrong there. So the only major victory that Hulkenberg has is the Le Mans. So he never managed to win a Formula One race when he was racing, and now a reserve driver for the Aston Martin Formula One team. And unfortunately for him, he's on a long run of just no podiums at all. So it's a very unfortunate driver for a very unfortunate record to hold. But everyone knows in the Formula One community that Hulkenberg has the pace to take out victories and podiums, but just never had the machinery to back him up.
Yeah, exactly, and it's very tough to get yourself into a podium contending car in Formula One, and and if you're not in one of those top 2 or 3 teams, you have to have everything go exactly right just to get yourself a remote chance of being on the podium. And unfortunately for Hulkenberg, one of those days have just never happened for him, and one of those top drives just haven't come his way, which is quite unfortunate for him, as he seemed to be very deserving, and he put in plenty of good performances over the years, and even did a great job of that Williams in his rookie campaign.
In 2010, when he took an unsurprising and a surprising pole position in a wet Sao Paulo Interlagos Grand Prix, Brazilian Grand Prix. So he's a very underrated driver, and a very unlucky driver at the same time. But luckily, the opportunity came towards him to compete for Porsche in the Le Mans in 2015. Actually, I do read back. It is 2015 that Nico Hulkenberg entered the Le Mans and took victory in his first outing. So it is a great effort for Nico Hulkenberg to finally get a major victory after so long since his F2 days.
Yeah, it was a nice breakthrough for Hulkenberg, and who knows, maybe one day he might just sneak himself into a front-running F1 car and take pole at Monaco and hold the field up for 78 laps and complete part 2 of the Triple Crown.
Exactly. Now I think that's what we were expecting with the previous Monaco Grand Prix that just happened a couple of weeks ago with Charles Leclerc taking pole position. We thought he could have held pack up for 78 laps and take victory, but unfortunately with that crash that he had, just never even saw the start of the race, which was very unlucky for Charles Leclerc. But recently now in the Baku Grand Prix, he has scored pole position for a second time in a row, so fingers crossed he has a better performance with Ferrari this time out.
Yeah, hopefully all those issues that he suffered going to the grid for the Monaco Grand Prix won't reappear for tonight's race, and maybe he'll be a contender for the win, but yeah, we'll see how things turn out.
We'll definitely see that, and that will be 10 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard Time, and around the world I'm not too sure. I don't want to look up the numbers right now. But as we get away from Formula 1, we are talking about endurance racing, where it is SDRT leading the way in the GT class, and Norm leading away in the Pist Vasa, LMP Toyota TS050 hybrids leading the way, which has a great gap of 1 minute 17 second over Speedy Tyres. So that gap is definitely growing between those two, and I wonder if JMX is actually getting himself even closer towards Speedy Tyres. I think I can see on the map it is actually a little bit closer between those guys. No, it's not actually. It's actually, I thought they were up at the Indianapolis, but they're actually that far back in the Mulsanne. That is incredible pace by Norm.
Yeah, the very good gap from Norm, and he's really stretching it out. So,
and that gap between Speedy and JMX up to 12 seconds. So JMX is definitely making a few mistakes on his second stint. What looked like to be a great initial phase of the first stint for him has all just backfired to him, and he's just making mistakes and showing a little bit of inconsistency with his times as well. So he just needs to hopefully have a clean head for the last stint, which hopefully he'll be able to pick with maybe 30 minutes to go. He's got plenty of fuel in the car, so he won't have to fill it up all the way up to the top, so probably half a tank for him, and hopefully for himself and his sake for the team, just to either challenge for second or keep it nice and close in third place.
Yeah, that'll certainly be what he's aiming to do, but at the same time I think, well, it looks like Loudy Darkmist has gained a few seconds on JMX over these few laps, so I'm sure Loudy will be thinking maybe he can start pushing on a bit, maybe try and close the gap and make things interesting in the last 45 minutes. Just looking through the comments here, we've got Bill 135 leading LMP in the second lobby, and Mint Matt leading the GT class, who of course is Matt Simmons, the 2015 GT Academy winner, who earned himself a drive with the Nismo GT3 squad across Europe all those years ago.
And you and I guess for you and Matt, you guys have a bit of background history as well.
Yes, Matt did lead the Green Hell Heathens team to victory in what was called the Core Nürburgring 24 Hour all those years ago, back in 2015, and well, basically won't be afraid to admit that he probably single-handedly won that race.
Yeah, and a guy like Mint-Matt is a top quality driver, and he is, like you said, he has gone overseas and represented Australia in the World Tours. And funny enough, that the World Tour is actually coming up Monday morning, ladies and gentlemen, for your viewing. So anytime you want to just check out the Gran Turismo YouTube page, they'll be streaming the World Tour for countries all around the world, including Australia, so we can see the likes of Mint Matt and a few others noticeable names such as A.E. McEwen and a few other top names that we will see later on that evening. So if you want to see Mint Matt in action, tune into the Split 2 lobby. I'm not so sure if there's a stream, or catch him later on this evening.
Yes, I was just watching there, Loudy Darkness did go purple and then very quickly picked up a penalty, so that might explain why he went purple compared to Norm in that first sector.
Exactly, but if you look at the gap, he's definitely catching JMX, and I wouldn't be surprised with just a bit over 40 minutes to go that if Loudy Darkmist gets close to JMX, and if JMX has a run that he's been having after this first stint, I wouldn't be surprised if Loudy Darkmist is getting close to his bumper with, say, 3 or 5 minutes to go, with 2 laps to go.
Yes, anything's possible there, so
exactly.
we could have JMX and Loudy Darkmist having a battle towards the end, and I mean it doesn't look possible at this stage, but yeah, it could happen, and it would be a very interesting battle, especially with the championship points between the Robbo Sport car and the Mash Spuds Racing team as well. So that'd be one to watch.
I think it's pretty much it was a safe bet for the leading drivers to bring out their third reserve driver in JMX and Loudy Darkmist, to put them in the car first, just to get a feel and just to get their cars up the grid as far as they can, so that way they can put their lead drivers for the second and third stint and bring the car home in a way.
Yeah, it's probably an interesting plan. It can work two ways, where you can put your fast driver in at the start and try and get them to build as much of a gap as possible and get your third driver to defend it towards the end, or you put the fast driver in at the end and the fast driver goes, right, I need to gain 1 minute 20 to win this race.
Exactly. So it'll definitely be a battle to keep an eye on, at least between second place, second through to fourth, because behind Loudy Darkmist, Rick Green is 1 minute 31 seconds behind, so he definitely won't be getting closer to Loudy Darkmist. So it'll be pretty much be a battle, I guess, in a way, a battle for second coming towards the end of the 6th hour. But as we say plenty of times in the stream, only time will tell, and anything can happen.
Yeah, that's very much correct, and yeah, even then, like, I still wouldn't rule out that even though Norm is up in front, that you never know that maybe a mistake here or there from one of the other drivers could creep in, and all of a sudden you've got a good battle for the win as well.
So Loudy Darkmist comes into the pits. He's going to top up the car for the final time, 11% fuel. He'll be probably looking to put in about at least 50 litres in that car and just bring that car home safely for Little Blacko and Lurox to take over, where it will be Lurox 22 taking the second stint, and then JMX leaving the car to myself and Spud to pilot the car for the second stint, where you'll have Punts in the final and Little Blacko in the final as well. But also against Speedy Tyres in the CP Motorsport, we'll have V Upper AT taking the second stint and Diswood bringing the car home in the third stint. So it'll be a great showing for all three drivers, and even for a guy Norm to bring Jono Stan into the car. So it'll be interesting to see how that works, and hopefully the guys behind him, including myself, can keep up with Norm and hopefully build a gap like he's built. But I'm not too sure. I think they're in a great position to take overall line orders.
Yeah, they're looking good at the moment, so yeah, it'll be very tough to beat that trio. But of course, I mean, the CP Motorsport trio is also very fast as well. Like, it'll probably be hard to pick who you want as your one driver to win a race for you between Speedy, Papa and Diswood.
Exactly. So as we look down the grid, it is Speedy Tyres in second place with JMX a further 18.3 behind Speedy, with Loudy Darkmist in fourth, Rick Green in fifth. Devlin Calypso is actually gone past QE in sixth place, with QE in seventh and last in class, with the unfortunate disconnect for the 34 EVM Motorsport Porsche 1919 disconnecting there. And as we see the leaders of the class, SDRT Wiseacre, getting caught massively by VLX user, with Justin 930 leading in the final step of the podium a fair way. So the Porsches were a bit of an underdogs with the GT class, but so far 1 and 2, it's not a bad showing.
Yeah, they're definitely putting the best foot forward at the start of this race, and although I think the discussion on the Discord amongst the Usos may suggest that VLX Uso might be the fastest out of the three drivers, so they might be looking to probably put their get as much of a gap as possible in this first stint with VLX Uso. But of course, we have seen D Uso perform as well, and he's very much capable of being a front-running driver himself.
Exactly, and I believe in the second stint as well, we will be seeing the return, the one and the only, the 15-year-old Mountain Goat 13 piloting the 26 Shade-On Racing Porsche in the second stint, where I think it will be D Huso himself taking the second stint of the Porsche. So that'll be a great battle to watch. And in the in 10th place for Justin 930, you've got yourself a signing.
Yes, so we've got...
Actually, I'll cut you off there. VLX has actually made a move on SDRT WiseTech to take the lead of the GT class. Yes, continue, Jarman. You have got a major signing for your endurance series.
Yeah, we've got Morgan Davey, who's a front runner in the Sector 1 community, so he'll be one to watch, and I think he'll probably continue this freeway battle we've got going on, because all three of those drivers will be very fast as well to compete in that second stint.
And Morgan Davey just recently coming off a championship victory in the Sector 1 community, where they were racing in the BMW N6 1 makes. So even a guy like Deadpool, for example, who adores the M6, he would have loved to be in that championship as well. But unfortunately, he's made his commitments to Trackstars. But yes, he's just wrapped up a championship with the M6, and he's riding a wave of confidence, and hopefully bring the It's Racing Aston Martin towards the front against Mountain Goat and D Huso.
Yeah, in the end it could be down to who's the fastest through the
as Norm comes through and tries to negotiate the traffic. He has done that perfectly. I wonder, this section might be a little bit tricky for Norm, but he's actually come through there. Oh, not so much there. He's just losing a little bit of time, but he actually goes through perfect. So nice bit of awareness for Norm, and he'll be bringing his car in hopefully this lap or the next lap, just to finish off his final stint and increase the gap. So actually, I looked down, Speedy Tyres has actually dropped down to third place, Shaman, so we've actually missed that. What has happened here? Has he actually taken a pit stop?
Yes, he has actually.
Stop. Okay, so that actually caught me off guard there. I actually thought Speedy Tyres made a bit of an incident there, but it looks like he just made a pit stop. As we look down towards the GT class field, we did see Cabans as well in 4th in class, where he will have Broccolilli next in line for the PLE 24, with Ninja Kid in 5th in class, which will be piloted by Benjo GLR 19 in the number 19, with Big Bruce the Shark, which will, in the second stint, I believe will be piloted by Robo Sport Racing in the Corvette C7, where also we will have Cylon 96 in the Toll Aston Mashed Buds Racing, being piloting after Rugworth has completed his first stint.
Yeah, so just a bit of confirmation there from Chase Persh, who's one of the organisers of Sector 1, saying that Morgan Davey was second in the series, so still a very strong result there anyway. So
yeah, regardless, it is a very strong result for Morgan Davey. So I wonder if he's still there. I can't remember who actually won that. Who won that series? Was it Brocky 05 or was it somebody else, Chase? Because I think I did catch it, but I just couldn't remember who won the overall season. I thought it was Davey, but anyway. But nonetheless, like we said, he will put in a great performance for the It's Racing Esports Aston and have a great battle with Mountain Goat and D Huso, and even possibly Broccolilli, as Justin also picks himself another 1 second penalty there, and he'll have to serve that down the track as quickly as he can. But this is a heated up battle between VLX Huso and SDRT WiseTech. Can WiseTech make a move? No, he doesn't. So I think looking at the fuels there, it looks like these guys might be running their tanks dry until possibly maybe the 20-minute mark, and hopefully, or less 25-minute mark, and hopefully just short fuel and get to the end. But I'm not so sure who has the better fuel, if it's Huso or WiseTech, or maybe they might be even. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, I think I did look like VLX does have better fuel efficiency, absolutely. So you can tell he's been saving a lot of fuel behind when he was behind WiseTech. Does WiseTech think of a move here with over 30 minutes to go? No, he doesn't. So he just tucks in behind the slipstream. He's going to take advantage of that slipstream and hopefully fuel save just to pit around the same time as VLX Huso, because I wonder if VLX has actually learned a lesson from WiseTech that short shifting and fuel saving will be the key to victory.
Yeah, it's looking like WiseTech has just tucked in that rear wing and making the most of the draft, although he could prove me wrong here.
Well, he's actually giving a bit of a bump there, so he's doing the right thing and just not fighting through, as we do see Rick Green in the Toyota VVG Robo Sport entry in 5th place, about to lap these guys. I'm not so sure how many times they've been lapped, Jarman. I think we've just lost count on the lap track. I I wonder what lap Normex is actually on. I wonder how many laps he's done.
He's 4 laps in front by looks of things.
So he's on 25. Oh, he's about to finish up his 26th lap. So yeah, you're about right. About 3.5 to 4 laps difference between those guys. So dominant performance by Normex. Then I wonder as well if we might look down maybe towards JMX. I wonder if he might be thinking about a pit stop after seeing Speedy Tyres come in as well. So yes, he'll definitely be coming in at the end of this lap. I think he must have gone an extra lap there because you can definitely tell the gap has closed massively between Speedy and JMX.
Yeah, that might be something of an advantage for JMX. Maybe he might gain a few seconds in the pit stop as well, where he takes just a slightly bit less fuel compared to the cars around him.
Exactly, and I did get confirmation from Chase Porsche that it was TX3 GTR that won the championship. So also another driver from the FIA community that shows great pace as well. So regardless, Morgan Davies, the top driver, and looks like Justin's coming in for his final stop. So what we were thinking about him doing a 4 stop, he's now safe to do the 3 stop. So that's a bit of a relief for you guys.
Yeah, that would have been probably a disastrous chain of events if we didn't have enough to do 3 stops. So yeah, as I said, I think Justin was pretty safe there because he did have enough fuel to do that extra lap. So maybe he was doing probably a dress rehearsal run, and maybe he might short fuel a bit here compared to what he had been, knowing that he's safe to finish up that race with slightly less fuel than what he started the race on.
Not wrong there, and it's all about, as we said, it's all about the fuel. It's actually gone full tank, so I wonder if he's just going to wring the neck out of his Aston and just hopefully get as close as he can to Wiseacre and VLX Huso, because the Aston we know is a very fast car on the straights, but when it comes to corners, no chance against the Porsches. So I think a full tank for Justin might be a little bit compromised in the earlier stints with the heavier car, but hopefully that car will lighten itself up pretty quickly and get himself closer to Wiseacre and Huso, and hopefully get close to a challenge for at least second or even for the win.
Yeah, well, full tank might make things a bit safer for him, so if he just goes full attack, then maybe it might close the gap in this last sector to Wiseacre and VLX Huso.
Exactly, and looks like JMX has come into the pit lane. He's actually put 83% of fuel there, so what is the gap between him and Speedy Tyres? It looks like it is 15 seconds, so that gap has just increased a little bit there. So JMX has come out in 3rd place, so a nice little effort there for JMX.
Things, but I think he just crossed the solid white line heading out of the pits there.
Oh, did he? Okay, so we might catch a bit of a... I think we've just missed that. I don't know what you're talking about, Jarman. That never happened. Nah, you're definitely the stewards will be looking. Obviously, the stewards will be looking back at those tiny things like crossing the white line, the solid line, cutting the chicanes, not burning penalties in the correct zones. All those things the stewards will be looking out for as Normex comes into the pits for the final time. And these guys, Wiseacre and Hughes, are still nose to bumper and helping each other out just to try and eke that gap between themselves and Justin 930 towards the end of the spin. As we say that, Wiseacre has actually got himself a half second for cutting Indianapolis there, and as he comes through Arnage, he might get a bit of dirty tyres and run wide. He doesn't, so he'll have to surf that as quickly as he can and not lose the slipstream, because that slipstream was helping him out, but now he has to burn it off. It's not going to help him.
Yeah, he's certainly going to have to burn that off, and that's going to put him a bit further back down the order, so maybe might just hurt him a little bit in that fuel saving attempt. So see how things go here, but I'm going to say the 2 Porsches look like they're going to be about two or so laps away from making another pit stop, I reckon.
I think so too, and the gap and the more time they can spend on the track, the better fuel they can put into the car and just come out with a massive gap over Justin and even Gabans as well, because I think Gabans is a fair distance away from Wiseacre as well. So he's about, so you look at that, so he's about 28, almost 27 seconds behind Wiseacre, so he'll be looking to come into the pit stop for the final time, and even Justin 930 is 26 behind him. So I wonder, like looking at his tyres, I wonder if I wonder if Caban's might actually just do a fuel stop and not put tyres on.
Yeah, that's very much possible. He's certainly looking good on the tyres there, and
he's done a very good job saving his tyres. He's done a very good job with the tyres, and the tyres, I believe, on this track don't really wear out as much compared to, say, when we were racing around Laguna and Fuji and Monza at the earlier in the years. So I wonder, around with this track with being so many straights and just flowing corners, that tyre wear doesn't really become effective.
Yeah, that's very much a good point there. So you've got more straights here at Le Mans and probably less demanding corners because it's a lot wider track than, say, a Laguna Seca or even a Fuji probably is a bit more wearing on tyres with that technical final sector.
As we do run through the orders of the previous victories in the Trackstars Endurance Series, we do have 2 victories in the name of for the team that is the Masher Buds Racing. They've taken 2 victories from the 4-hour at Fuji and the recent Laguna Seca 4-hour, where Little Blacko and Lurox took out the first and maiden inaugural victory for the Trackstars Endurance Series at Monza not long ago. And in GT class, we had you and Justin 930 take out victory 2 times in a row at Monza and at Fuji before it was taken away by a solid and a great performance by Rubber Gear and Jono Stand 96 in the C7 Corvette back at Laguna Seca. So a couple of victories for 2 teams, but definitely it shows that because they didn't win in one of those races, the competition is picking up very fast.
Yeah, and even though like we had good runs at Fuji and Monza, where it was probably more of a power track for the Aston Martin, when it got to the tight technical stuff at Laguna Seca, it turned into a bit of an uphill battle for us, and we also had a very strong competition with Rubber Gear and Jono Stan racing in the Corvette. So I think for myself and Justin, we sort of looked at those 2 and went, well, they're going to run away with it, so let's just put our focus on picking up a 2nd or a 3rd place finish and getting those points up on a track that we were struggling at a lot more than the other 2.
Exactly, and the same went with us. We were a little bit unfortunate from the first round where Punts had a bit of a disconnect on the final lap at Monza, where he had a bit of a disconnect between drivers and he lost a lap between himself and Little Blacko and the Huso brothers in the CP Motorsport Porsche. And then all I had to do was try to eke that gap closer to the Husos, and all of a sudden, because I was hosting the lobby, my game crashed with 30 minutes to go and I couldn't re-enter and I couldn't rejoin. So in theory, I had to call up my emergency substitute in Punts to finish the car and bring the car home for 3rd place. So a lot of technical difficulties on our side, but we've definitely clawed back with the 2 victories on the trot.
Yeah, that was 2 very good performances in those last 2 rounds, and especially the Laguna race was a very dominant performance from your squad. And it was probably also aided by that very unfortunate mistake that we saw from the number 14 car of Lurox and Little Blacko, where Lurox missed the pit entry.
Yeah, that one we did have to commend as well, that he was a little bit unlucky with that with that disconnect, or not the disconnect, the pit glitch, where he definitely cut the corner. He definitely cut the pit line, that's for sure. So he definitely got a 5-second penalty for that. But again, also just to be reset and a lap down, it was really harsh and a bit unfortunate. So just a bit of that was like a last second call for him, and it just didn't work out. But one team that showed great performance in that event was actually the 34 in EBM Brandosa, and wouldn't you believe, ladies and gentlemen, Adam Weller, the former and current Trackstars touring cars and Formula Trackstars and even the Enduros commentator, who's taking a long break away to get back to real world commitments, he came 2nd in class.
Yeah, that was a very strong performance, and I remember him joining us in commentary, doing the old Dick Johnson / Peter Brock thing where they were talking on race cam during the race. And
I wonder for yourself, how was that? How was he, like, how did he feel after doing all that? And because, you know, you're trying to concentrate and do the best performance you can, and fighting off a guy like Diswood and a few others whilst talking to the commentary team, it kind of gave him a good insight of what was going on.
Yeah, well, he probably picked up about 4 or 5 incidents that we all missed and along the way, so it was definitely something that really helped us out, and I'm sure he enjoyed it as well. And there was times where he said, well, I'm coming under attack from Diswood here, so I'm going to have to duck away and be silent for a bit and get my concentration up.
Yeah, and he did it, and he put in a solid performance, and the EBM boys couldn't be more happier after Xiami also put a last-minute call to say that he couldn't make it, and Adam just came in and said, I'll take over and I'll do the best I can, and to give them second place was a great performance by Adam. But as we look ahead, we are less than 20 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. It is, so leading the way in the LMP is Norm in the Pisvaza racing entry, whilst VLX Huso is leading the GT class. About 19 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. Will the order stay the same? Who will come out and take the final steps of the podiums? Will it be Speedy Tyres, JMX? Can Loudy Darkness close up on JMX with 19 minutes to go? We'll find out very shortly.
Looks like Loudy Darkness is closing up on JMX here, so gap's down to 14 seconds between the two, so could be a very close one as we get towards the end, but certainly running out of time for the Toyota driver for the RoboSport Racing Camp. And you'd think that in the last 18 minutes JMX can hold off for third place. As Loudy Darkness heads up to Indianapolis now, as he comes onto the tail of Devlin Calypso to put him a lap down. As we look towards the GT class, and it's VLX Huso who's now out to a 10-second lead with a great pit stop there. The CP Motorsports Porsche team got themselves out with a very handy gap compared to what they came in, so looks like VLX Huso's short-fueled for the rest of the race, and judge that strategy to perfection compared to the Shadon Racing Team Porsche of SDRT Wiseacre. But just looking here, I think maybe Wiseacre's taken a set of tyres, which may have been the difference. Meanwhile, Justin 930's rounding out the top 3 in this GTE classes. He's a further 12-13 seconds back on the 2 Porsches out in front. Looks as if Gabans looks like he's closing in a little bit on the It's Racing Esports Aston Martin in these closing stages, so this could be something to look out for as we get towards the end of the race. Could become an interesting battle between the two.
So less than 17 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. It is Norm leading the way in the LMP, whilst VLX Huso is leading the GT class. So, as we did see, and as Jarman was explaining, the gaps between the GT class, between Wiseacre and VLX Huso, has increased massively as Gabans runs a little bit wide and a little bit too deep through the Porsche corners, through the Porsche curves, as he comes and negotiates and gets himself a half-second penalty for that. So a little bit unfortunate for him. But like you did mention, Jarman, the gap between VLX, Huso and Wiseacre proves massive, and it all came down to the fuel, percentages.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at the fuel percentages as it is, and I think that Wiseacre's actually taken less fuel than what Huso has, so I'm thinking that things may point towards that Huso actually just didn't take tyres.
Okay, so yeah, well, you can definitely see on the tyre graphic that he actually did not take tyres, and Wiseacre did. So can Wiseacre, with just a bit over 15 minutes to go, can he actually close in on Huso and take a potential victory for the first time for the SDRT Porsche 911 RSR, or will it be somebody like Justin 930? Like you said, he was closing on a Wiseacre as well, and well, at the time Gabans was closing in until he made his mistake. But as we look down as well, for the ICE R racing team, Ninja Kid 02's doing a solid job in 5th place in his Porsche, with Big Bruce the Shark just a bit under 8 seconds behind him, with Rugworth in 14th and last place in the GT class. So a little bit of work to do for the Toll Mash Spuds Racing boys, but definitely they're not out of it. And as we look up towards the front, it looks like maybe Speedy Tyres looks like he must have a clear enough gap between himself and JMX there. Yes, we do see it is just a bit over 30 seconds. So JMX has definitely lost out on 2nd place there, but I wonder if JMX is actually losing time to Loudy Darkmist. If that's the case, if he's losing time to Speedy, is he also losing time to Loudy Darkmist? I wonder, we'll have to check that out very soon. Actually, he has. He's actually lost a lot of time. So whilst he was 14 or 26 seconds or 30 seconds past ahead of Loudy Darkmist, it's almost under a second. So, ladies and gentlemen, 3rd place is not out of the window, where JMX, making his debut in the Endurance Series, coming up behind is Loudy Darkmist, who's done 3 races so far and has proved himself a worthy contender for the Robo Sport Camp, and have been a solid juggernaut for the team to come out in 4th place and be right behind in potential of getting a podium in the first stint, and giving Lurox 22 and Little Blacker the upper hand for the Enduros for the 2nd stint and 3rd stint possibly. But as we look ahead, it is JMX leading ahead of Loudy Darkmist by just under a second as they come up towards the Dunlop corners, as they negotiate those corners perfectly. No corner cuts here, otherwise that will ruin your race come down towards the end. And they've both picked up a half-second penalty. So penalties in tandem all together in line. That is unbelievable. So we'll have to make sure those boys burn those penalties off as quickly as they can. Unfortunately, in the game, there is no FIA burn zones where the car just stops you automatically. You just have to do it yourself. You have to do it by yourself and burn it off within the burn zone. So it looks like JMX is doing that well, but it looks like because Loudy Darkmist had a 0.4 and JMX had a 0.5, he's actually closed the gap even further. So Loudy Darkmist is in hot contention of taking 3rd place away from JMX and from the 32 entry as they come negotiate the PlayStation chicane. Coming on to the 2nd part of the Mulsanne Straight, can Loudy Darkmist make a move before the 2nd chicane, or can he stick back and hold on to position until he gets to the end of the Mulsanne corner? So JMX is looking to think about making a defensive move here, but because the Toyotas are equal in power and equal with hybrid, the closing speed is not really that big. So come towards that 2nd chicane here, they're still staying behind each other, but can Loudy Darkmist finally, he's actually closer. He's actually got himself 0.3 behind, so it looks like Loudy Darkmist might make a cheeky move here at the end of the Mulsanne Straight and into the Mulsanne corner. Can he make this move stick, or will he stick behind with less than 12 minutes to go?
Yeah, it's a very good run through the chicane there from Loudy Darkmist. You could just visibly see the time he gained. JMX runs a bit wide there on the entry, and that's going to give Loudy Darkmist all the time and space he needs to make a move down this straight here, I reckon.
Absolutely, and Loudy Darkmist is right behind him, behind JMX. So these guys are going to be fighting tooth and nail between each other. Can JMX hold off Loudy Darkmist? But with this kind of gap and towards the end of the finish, I'm not so sure if that's possible. JMX is going to have to use all of his driving abilities to keep Loudy Darkmist. JMX, by the way, is 2nd in the championship in the Trackstars Formula 2 series and 3rd in the Trackstars TS2 Touring Car series. So he does have the speed, he does have the pace, but against Loudy Darkmist, who's done 3 races in a Toyota, I'm not so sure. As they're coming up towards the Porsche curves, it is JMX leading the way ahead of Loudy Darkmist still. So Loudy Darkmist is just going to hold back a little bit. He's just dropped back just to give himself recharge his hybrid energy and hopefully get him down towards the Mulsanne Straight. With what I'm looking at the time, it could be another 4 laps to go, Jarman, so definitely a lot of racing to go.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of opportunity here for Loudy Darkmist to try and make a move, and I think this is going to be the battle that we're going to be following on for the rest of the race.
This is going to be this is only the closest battle we can see, because Norm X has definitely pulled away from Speedy Tyres. I believe was over like a minute 30, whilst we see VLX Uzo and Wiseacre in first and second in class, with Justin not closing that gap whatsoever. So he'll have to settle for 3rd place in GT class unless a mistake happens, as Loudy almost made a move and almost hit JMX off the track here. So JMX, with all of his strength, is just trying to hold off and fend off that position. But I do see he's actually, the reason why he's slowing himself down, Jarman, here, I did see he's got front splitter damage.
Yes, that's a very good point. So this will be very costly.
So
add some drag to the car of JMX.
Oh, and it's just run a little bit wide there, so he might pick himself a half-second penalty there. So that is not what JMX needs. As we look towards JMX, does he pick up a half-second? I don't think so. So he's safe from that. But a front splitter damage with less than 10 minutes to go is definitely not going to help. But luckily for him, it is a very long track as JMX goes defensive, but Loudy Darkmist goes around the outside. Can he pull a move on JMX? No, he doesn't. So JMX covers the inside and takes that corner perfectly. But Loudy Darkmist knows that he can make a move on JMX within the next couple of minutes, and hopefully possibly towards the end of this section of the straight, or even down to Mulsanne corner.
Yeah, some very robust defense there from JMX, but let's see what he does this time around. Come to the second chicane, Loudy Darkmist gets himself on the inside this time, executes that move. He's going to be ahead coming into this chicane here.
An easy move for Loudy Darkmist, so well done to the Robbo Sport Camp for taking out 3rd place and actually ahead of JMX. But can JMX stay close behind his rear wing and get close to him at the end of Mulsanne Straight and even this back straight? But I wonder, maybe with a broken splitter, I think that might help with a bit of drag with these long straights, but cornering, no chance.
Yeah, so the cornering is going to be hindered. I think it does create a bit of drag on the car as well, just with that damage. So it's going to be really tough for JMX to even have an answer for Loudy Darkmist here. But can't forget that Loudy Darkmist had a bit of a bad run in the opening laps and had to pit early on. So this is a brilliant comeback drive from Loudy Darkmist to get up to P3 at the end of these 2 hours.
An excellent recovery drive for Loudy Darkmist, who was, we were saying earlier in the event, he was about, I think he was about like 40 odd seconds behind Speedy and JMX, and JMX was even fighting for 2nd place, but now JMX is in 4th place, so things have gone from bad to worse, and he's actually gone from worse to worse for JMX. He's actually hit the barrier and he's got himself some damage here, but with a gap between himself and Rick being 2 minutes 53, I think he can afford just to throw in the towel and say, I need to make a pit stop. As we check a quick replay there. Oh, looks like his teammate didn't really give him much room there, like just to execute that corner, as Loudy Darkmist picks up a penalty as well. That is very unlucky there for JMX there to cop damage within that last minute, and for the potential of Rugworth not giving him as much space as he wanted. So it looks like JMX might have to come into the pitch just to fix it up. Or no, he won't actually. So I think what he's doing is he's just going to run it to the end, because he knows he's got a good gap between himself and Rick. So he's just going to bring the car home 4th and hopefully not lose too much time to Loudy Darkmist. But with damage like that and a track like this, it's going to be a hard task for him, especially being his first race.
I'm going to say that probably with probably only about 2 or 3 seconds lost of the lap with all that damage, it'd probably be better off just staying out rather than losing the 40 seconds to pit and fix it.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
could ease at home with negligible time loss and hand it over and have a healthy car for yourself and points in the next 4 hours to push on and gain that time back.
Exactly, and as we do see, read through the YouTube comments, we do see the team boss Robbo Sport cheering on Loudy Darkmist on that beautiful move that he made on JMX there. So we didn't know that JMX had a bit of front splitter damage, but that's why he was lost a lot of time like between himself and Loudy Darkmist, and Loudy Darkmist must have just been putting in those consecutive laps and putting on a brilliant performance for the RoboSport entry.
Yeah, very good effort there from Loudy Darkmist, and although it does point, I think there was probably a mistake or two there from JMX as well that's obviously caused the damage that we now see on the car, so unfortunate for him that he's had to give up position 3 and possibly even position 2 as he was looking like getting at some stage.
Exactly, he was definitely on for a position 2 there, but hey ho, it is a learning curve, and it is his first time racing in the endurance series, so lots to learn. Hopefully hopefully he'll definitely want to come back and get some justice maybe in the next event coming up for the 4 hour at Spa later in, I believe it's in August, I think is that next one. So very long time between drinks for the endurance series.
Yeah, there'll be a bit of time for everyone to go away and work on things if they choose to do so, although I think a lot of our competitors also have commitments with the Formula Track Stars and also the Elite Brake and Mechanical Track Stars Touring Car Championship as well, so very busy times for a lot of our competitors, so might be hard to get some time in until closer up to the event.
Exactly right. And as we look up towards the front, with Norm is leading the way in the Pisvaza Racing Team entry, and he's going to have himself 2 more laps to go. So we have to talk about this driver, Jarman. What a dominant performance to put ahead of Speedy Tyres, 1 minute 33 ahead of Speedy Tyres. But Speedy Tyres is not letting him run away with this. He's not even getting himself near the 2 minute mark. So this gives a great opportunity for drivers like Dishwood and V Papa AT to possibly put in a good challenge and maybe even reduce the gap in the second and third stint. As I did say that, commentators curse Norm actually runs a little bit too deep there at the Mulsanne corner there, so he's going to be losing. So any mistakes like that does lose you time and kind of closes the gap and gives a guy like Papa and Dishwood a bit more hope.
Yeah, that's certainly right, and I guess being 1 minute 30 out in front after 2 hours, you sort of do lose the concentration a little bit. If you're not paying too much attention, you can make those little mistakes like that. Hopefully it just doesn't prove too costly in the last 3 minutes of this race.
Exactly. And as Norm actually leads the way, we look down towards the GT class as well. It is VLX Huso leading the way by 15.1 seconds over SDRT Wiseacre, followed by Justin 930. So the gaps between those guys are comfortable, and it'll be all up to their next stint drivers in D Huso, Mountain Goat, and even Morgan Davey. Can they close the gap and get closer towards the CP Motorsport Porsche, which looks like they could be taking out their first stint victory here at Trackstars Endurance Racing Series, with Gabans in 4th in class for the Pit Lane Esports BMW M6, with Ninja Kid in the 19 Ice R Racing Team and the American staying up late as it is. I do believe it's about probably 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning over there, so big commitments for an American to stay up all night and race with us. We do thank them very much for putting in the late hours and doing stints like this. Hopefully after your event you can have a nice rest.
Yeah, depending what side of the country they're on. If he's in New York or the east coast of America, then he'll be heading towards 2 o'clock at the moment, but maybe if he's on the west coast and somewhere near Los Angeles or something, he'll be at 11 PM at the moment, so not too late for him.
Yeah, I guess in a way that is true. And with Big Bruce Shark leading the way and leading the EBM RoboSport Racing entry Corvette C7 and coming in 6th place there, so he's done a great job for him, being a last-minute substitute for, I believe it was Mikes 123. So a great pickup for S Mitch to find a driver last night and bring in Big Bruce the Shark in to pilot the Corvette, not known to him and not many practice laps for him, so he's done a great job with Rugworth down the back of the field in the Aston Martin's Toll Mash Buds Racing. So we've got our final lap, ladies and gentlemen, where it is Normex leading the way, which I do believe as well. If I do look up towards Speedy Tyres, he might be getting close to finishing his final lap. So I think maybe Normex is going to be the final driver to take this lap in. No, actually, Speedy Tyres is going to come through and do one more lap. So it looks like maybe Loudy Dark Mist might be the final driver. Looking at his split times, he might just make it with maybe a few seconds to spare. So, and then again, JMX is going to be crossing the line, and hopefully a race to forget with plenty of potential for him to be up as high as second place, but mistakes and a damage put him down into fourth place, Jarman.
Yeah, so he'll probably cross the line. He will be credited with that extra lap though, so that doesn't take him completely out of contention. We should just remind everyone that even though like the game will give them the checkered flag, they will get kept on that lead lap if they haven't physically been lapped by the leader.
Exactly, and I guess it gives yourself and the stewards a little bit of hard work to just calculate the hours and the time gaps between drivers. So it's, in a way, it is pretty challenging. But I guess you guys have a great system going, and you guys know what you're doing with times and stuff.
Yeah, so it is down to an art, and as JMX crosses the line and takes fourth as we speak, but it's Normex for the Pisswasser racing team that's coming through to the Porsche curves now on his final lap. And it looks like he'll take a comfortable victory here in the first stint of the Le Mans 6-hour race, and he'll now be handing the car over to Jono Stan 96, who will be looking to carry on the solid work that Normex's done so far, and then hopefully hand over to Captain Risky, who will finish things off for the team, all going well as he rounds the final chicanes here. Just 2 more corners left to run, and a short run to the checkered flag, and Normex will take the line honours in the first stint of this race.
So congratulations to Norm XC and the Pisswasser racing team for taking out stint 1. While we look back, it is VLX Huso that is actually going to take the line honours in the GT class, 24 seconds ahead of Wiseacre, which Wiseacre has dropped a lot of time to just 9:30. So I wonder if there's been a big mistake or a big crash. Looking at his lap times, there must have been a mistake in that. So Justin sees a little bit of a glimmer of hope, but I wonder if it's maybe too little too late. But I guess in a way it closes the gap, so that way your driver, Morgan Davey, can put in the hard yards and get second place in the second stint.
I think that gap's closing up here. This could be a very interesting one.
Absolutely, and look at even Justin's fuel. So we talked about a full tank being hindering him. He's actually coming. He's going to get close to running out towards the end of the lap. As we do see, Ninja Kid is the first driver from the GT class to come across the line in 5th place. But we've got to talk about this guy making a return back onto the Gran Turismo Sport game, where he's going to be partnering with his brothers D Huso and X Huso. So a great stint for the youngest sibling in the Huso family, handing it over to his middle child in D Huso, before he finishes up with X Huso towards the end there, as VLX comes around the Porsche curves for the final time, negotiating that without getting any corner cuts or any track extensions very nicely. And Jarman, I can just say it is going to be a CP Motorsport win for the GT class.
Yes, so they're putting their front foot forward in this first stint, and now we'll be handing over to D Huso, who will be looking to carry on the strong form. But yes, it's CP Motorsports crossing the line here to take out first stint for the GT class.
Absolutely, and we did see Speedy Tyres also get towards the checkered flag, and Loudy Darkness will be the final LMP entry to cross the line very shortly. But SDRT Wiseacre losing a lot of time. Actually, we did say we was losing time. Look at that. He had damage on his car, so he's just nursing the car home. But unfortunately, he's got himself a penalty. He's burning it off at the last minute. Can Justin overtake him at the line? No, he doesn't, and it's a bit unfortunate there that Wiseacre just managed to cross the line ahead of Justin 930 there. Wow, that was a bit of a heart-and-mouth moment, Jarman.
Yeah, I was maybe just doing a little bit of supporting internally there, but yeah, can very much say that was a very close one, and a very fortunate run for our team that we've only got half a second behind the SDRT car coming into this second stint.
As we look towards the victory page, it is Norm XC for the Pisvasa Racing Team taking out line honours in the first stint of the Trackstars Endurance Series 6-hour Le Mans event. So we do thank our viewers very much for tuning in for this first stint, but I myself and Spud P666 will have to jump out of here because I'm going to be taking over the second stint. So, Jarman, I'm going to leave it all in your hands. All the best with the commentary. I will join you for the third stint.
No worries, thanks for joining in for this part, and I look forward to seeing you soon after you've completed your stint.
Thank you, and I'll be telling you all about it, and hopefully we got some good. Hopefully we can provide some good action in the second stint.
Yes, thanks a lot, and also good luck for your stint as well, so hopefully all goes well for you.
Thank you.
As we'll just have a short break here, and as we upload the replay for everyone, so we'll be back shortly and we'll give you the results from the first stint of the race.
2015.
Yep.
Stage 3, human speed tune. Running water methanol.
Yeah, right.
Puts down some decent numbers.
What numbers are you making?
222.6 kilowatts per wheel.
Oh, so just under 300.
Just under 300.
Any plans to get up over that?
100% because you guys have already given me a helping hand. Yeah, so it should be doing it, I'd say, around 228 at the wheels at the moment.
Yeah, fantastic.
Which is just on the 300.
It's a lovely car. It's a great example of a Fiesta, isn't it? Very subtly modded, but still puts down the power.
That was the idea, keep it looking as sort of stock and sleeperish as possible.
Yeah. Avoid the police.
Correct. And again, thank you guys. You've done a fantastic job.
Thanks, mate.
As you can see, pretty good turnout there for EBM.
Let's go check out some of the other cars. We just found Dylan walking around, just doing some judging. What are you judging, mate?
Oh, mate, doing a bit of Capri and Escorts at the moment. So,
Yes. Any that you like?
oh, mate, how can you not like it?
There's a few golden ones around here, isn't there? Like that one over there, the purple one.
That's it, beauty. So,
This yellow one's a real nice car too.
so,
You enjoy being a judge?
mate, it's a lot of work. I tell you that much.
Yeah.
It's a lot of walking involved.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll let you go, mate.
Awesome.
Get
Thanks,
you on.
man.
Enjoy.
We'll, speak to you soon.
We'll see you back in the tent later.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of EBM TV at All Ford Day in Geelong.
Don't forget to like and subscribe, and we'll see you in the next episode.
Food trucks?
Yeah, I saw Jam Donuts. Let's go.
Hello, it's hello. Hey man, how are you? Good, good, good. I was just looking for the fucking list so I can organise it, but I think Spuddy's sending it to me now. That's fine. I clicked on the wrong button and it would happen to be your chat. Okay, so shit.
Okay, everyone, we're set to go racing again for section 2 of this Le Mans 6-hour race. This time around we've got Jono Stan leading the way for the Pissfusser racing team in the Toyota TS050 Hybrid. And it's the CP Motorsports Porsche of Diswood 1 joining him in second place. This time around they're going to roll around in single file and take off of it as if it's a safety car restart, so hopefully everyone pays attention, but it's not looking that way at the moment, as there's all sorts of mess. As it looks like one of the GT cars of the It's Racing Esports just may have missed a memo on the race restart, as Jono Stan now leads the way through these S's heading towards Teta Rouge. And we're underway in racing as Jono leads them into the first chicane on the Mulsanne Straight, with Diswood following close behind and Lurox in third place for the RoboSport racing team. As there's a train of 3 cars with then Spud P666 just slightly behind in fourth place, as Diswood's tucked on the rear bumper of Jono Stan heading down the second section of the Mulsanne Straight. As they come through the second chicane on the Mulsanne Straight, it's still Jono Stan with Diswood close behind, but he has a little bit of a bubble there coming out the corner. That's going to open him up to Lurox, who's tucked right behind him, looking to make a move and try and take second place here. It looks like Diswood's going to hold out that position heading around Mulsanne Corner, as Jono Stan looks already building a 1 second lead over the field. As we have a quick look towards the GT class, and it's D Huso leading the way from Mountain Goat and Broccolilly. As the number 95 It's Racing Esports Aston Martin still all the way down in 14th place at the moment, so very bad start here. And just looking at the YouTube comments, disappointed. You're more than welcome to come join in the commentary box if you wish. But as we look towards the Porsche curves, it's Jono Stan leading the way at the moment. Lurox is just 1.4 seconds behind, who's now moved up in the second place. So it's lap 2, Jono leading away, Lurox from Diswood, and Spud P666 is just a little bit further behind at the moment, so would have expected him to be a bit closer to the cars in front at this stage, but yeah, maybe he's doing a bit more fuel conserving than the other two we have 3 drivers in front of him, so let's see how that all pans out. Maybe a bit of a slow start from Spud, but yeah, we'll see how it all goes. So we look a bit further down the field, and Scully for the Nightmare Walking team is sitting in the top 5 at the moment, so that's a good result for him. And then we've got SLM the Kazi 1, who's sitting in 6th place. They'll be looking to make up for a poor start for the EBM Motorsport team. This is the car that finished 2 laps down, but a bit further back we've got Budsy in 7th place at the moment, and EBM Esmich, who's driving the car 34, which had that unfortunate disconnect earlier, so they're going to have a lot of ground to make up in the next 4 hours of racing. So as they make their way through ahead of the GT class, we've got D Huso in the lead, continuing that all Porsche battle in the front 2 positions between the CP Motorsports number 16, I believe it is, and the number 26 of the Shade On Racing team. So both these drivers very fast competitors, and we'll be looking forward to seeing these two do battle for the next 2 hours. As it looks like Mountain Goat and Broccoli both picked up penalties that they're going to need to burn off at this stage. Just have a bit of a look further down the field. It looks like Xylon and Mickey's are battling over 12th and 13th, which will be 4th in the class here. And just missed Broccoli, made a move down the inside for 2nd place in the GT class, getting ahead of Mountain Goat. Get a quick replay of that as he gets out of the slipstream and makes a move there. Looks like they were both burning off penalties at the same time as well, so that'll be an interesting one to look back at as we head back into the action now. And as they come around Mulsanne corner, it's still Broccoli ahead of Mountain Goat, as Xylon in 12th is he is battling with the Robo Sport EBM Motorsports Corvette of Mickey's 123. So it's lap 3 now, and Jono's extending his lead out 2.5 seconds over Lurox, who's chasing down, probably providing the most competition for Jono Stan at this stage. But as we look back to 3rd place, it's Diswood who's dropped off of Lurox and now is facing a battle with Spud P666. This will be a crucial battle between the 2 cars, especially if Lurox tries to get away too much. He'll be looking to keep this gap down in the championship standings, as there's only 6 points, which is 1 position separating the Mash Spuds 32 and the RoboSport Racing number 23 for tonight's race. But I believe it's actually either the 14 or the 22 in the rest of the series. But now they've closed up again, and I'm assuming that Lurox has taken a penalty there that I might have missed, and now it's a train of 3. So good battle pack between these 3, while Jono just continues to extend the lead for the number 96 team, continuing on the good work from Norm in the first stint of this race. So we've got Diswood here, right behind Lurox as we head into the Mulsanne corner. Bit wide there from Lurox. Might give the opportunity to Diswood, but Diswood's not able to take that opportunity that he's being given, so we just have to sit in the draft at this point and hope for an opening coming into Indianapolis. So we've got one of the Pit Lane Esports drivers joining us in commentary. Disappointed, have I got a copy on you at the moment?
Yes, you do, my friend. Yes, you do.
Awesome. Welcome into the commentary. Good to have you with us. Might make this a bit less awkward for myself.
Thought it'd be a bit lonely in the box, you know, without Adam around, you know, anymore.
Yeah, yes, we're definitely missing Adam from all of this coverage at this stage, so yes, it's a very hard one, and obviously your team's doing a good job so far in the GT class, keeping themselves well in the mix.
Yeah, Gabins did a good job in the first stint there, stayed out of trouble, kind of did his own race, and now in the hands of Brocco to do his best for me to bring it home in 2 hours.
Yeah, so hopefully he can have a bit of a clean run there for you. I'm sure that'll be nice and handy, and yeah, hopefully you'll be able to finish this one strong.
Yeah, fingers crossed. He's pretty consistent. That's all I wanted from him, just consistency. So as long as he does that, that's all I can ask for. He seems to be going pretty alright now.
Yeah,
but,
so
yeah.
Yep, at this stage it looks like he's sitting in third place in the GT standings, just about 4.5 seconds back from Mountain Goat. So 2 Porsches in the GT class are continuing that battle between themselves for that class win in the Le Mans 6 Hour here at the Circuit d'Orsaf.
Yeah, it's those Porsches are something else. That's probably why they do call it the Porsche Benz at his place.
Yeah, that's very much true. So at the moment looks like D Huzo's out to about 3.7 second gap over Mountain Goat. So both these drivers put in very impressive performances in the Trackstars Touring Car Series so far this year. Of course, D Huzo had a dominant performance at Autopolis, and then of course Mountain Goat taking 2 wins at Laguna Seca to take first round win for Nissan in the series.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well at the moment, and then see Mountain Goat kind of jump in and just dominate everything was just a real kind of wake-up call for everyone, I guess. But yeah, it's good to see a lot of different drivers in the mix, you know, from obviously you got Budsy there, and then John O'Stan, a lot of other drivers there. And I think I actually seen a post on Facebook about it going in a different group over in the Europe over there, saying that someone was jumping in. So it's good to see that the Trackstars is heading overseas. So
yeah, it's a very good thing that we're starting to get a bit of international reach. And yeah, we've got guys like Devlin Calypso and Scully, who have, of course, I think where's he running there? He's running in the top 5 at the moment. So it's good to see these internationals coming in and enjoying Trackstars and also making the most of it as well.
Yeah, well, you've got Scully there, you've got Devlin, and then you've got obviously the likes of Deadpool out of World Team, which I'm pretty sure he's in stint 3 for your car, am I correct?
Yeah, he was meant to be in stint 1, so hopefully we can get him in for that final stint and yeah, have him finish off strong, and maybe he might give you a bit of a challenge as well for that final podium position.
Yeah, I've been practicing hard, mate. I reckon I've got the BMW as close to the Aston as I can, but obviously it seems like the Porsches are to beat in this one.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. Those Porsches are very good on fuel and they've got lots of pace to burn as well. So, but as we're looking back towards the front here, we've got Diswood for the CP Motorsports Porsche prototype. He's just about 4.6 behind Jono Stan at the moment, but he's extended that gap over Lurox in 3rd place, and it's a bit of a gap to N-Spud as well in 4th position, so starting to spread out already.
Yeah, starting to spread out, but Diswood is a very, very fast driver. I've been racing with Diswood for about 4 years or so now. We've had our fair share of battles and fair share of arguments, and obviously, as you know, me and Woodsy are the most how do we say it? The ones who probably swear the most in this track style series.
Yeah, you're definitely right there. So let's not have any mishaps that Spud might have had in that first stint that a lot of us heard.
I did hear one of them because I did play soccer, or just cutting people off there. Woodsy did get a half a second penalty there.
Yeah, he's going to have to burn that quickly, which he's done, but yeah, it's going to let Jono get even further out in front, so we'll have
they're a different breed, those two guys, from that Piswasa Racing, or however you say it. I'm not really one to know how to pronounce all those kind of things.
Yeah, you probably did see the branding in Grand Theft Auto, I'm sure, though.
Yeah, taking me back to my Grand Theft Auto days, mate. We used to just run around and shoot people just for the fun of it. But Jono Stan is a very, very fast driver, and he's well known to Vipers Z also, who I do know in real life, and he is racing in Stint 2, and he's got about I think a 40-second gap or so.
Yeah, of course, that team that competing in Split 2 of Viper Z, Keaton and Mint, so I actually know Mint and Keaton from racing Nürburgring 24 hours together, and both of those guys are very fast drivers, especially around the Nürburgring, so, and basically any other track as well, so they're going to be very tough to beat over there. And Jono's pretty much in the same mould as well, and Norman, Captain Risky are also very fast guys, so it's going to be very tough to beat.
That car then, through those Porsches, just flowed. Like, just watching it then, it was just flowing. He didn't run wide. Oh, he's got a bit of a corner cut there. He might get a penalty. We'll just wait for that one. But yeah, those guys are all quick. Like, they're something else. Like you seen, go back to last weekend at the St. Croix 100 in the TS2. Vipers had kind of blitzed the field, really. He was just chasing his best lap time, because I spoke to him after he finished, and he just goes, yeah, I was just chasing my best lap time. So maybe we might see the likes of Vipers Z and Mint Matt, stuff like that in the main series next year.
Yeah, it's very much possible. We could see how they go, what their other commitments are like, and it'd always be great to have them join in the series as well, and they'd be very welcome additions in the main series.
Yeah, that would be some pretty big signings for the Trackstar series, and you never know, they might take that seat there that's now vacant by you, because you're not racing next year, you know. It's a big call from you on your behalf.
Yeah, so that'll be one to look out for, and see who the replacement will be at the It's Racing Esports team for the main series next year, but that's certainly a long way away, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, that's going on probably another 8 months away, you know, but we'll see from there. But until then, looks like Lurox has closed the gap onto Diswood here.
Yeah, it's down to around the 1 second mark, so whether I'm going to say maybe Diswood's made a few mistakes, had a couple of corner cuts here, so might be something to look out for, but Lurox is definitely well within reach of Diswood at this stage.
One thing I do know is Diswood is the man for fuel saving. flick your eyes back to Fuji when the man went for an hour and 10 minutes on one full tank of fuel.
Yeah, so that is another thing we've got to look out for as well, is that Diswood could be saving plenty of fuel here, and could be something to consider later on in the race, that maybe you might pull a swift one on everyone and only do a one stop.
You never know, my friend. Anything is possible from Mr. Diswood himself. But obviously we got the likes of Lirox out there, and then obviously the championship leader in the touring cars, Mr. N Spud back there in fourth. You know, just sitting away, just chopping at the field and seeing how we go.
You mean former touring car leader?
Oh yes, I forgot you did take over him, didn't you?
Yes, I just had to slip that one in there.
Yeah, and then you got myself down in, what am I down? 5th, 6th? No one cares where I am, mate.
As long as you make that top 8 by Bathurst, you should be all set.
See.
Anything can happen from there when we reset the points for the last 5 rounds. But yeah, as we look back to the racing action, it's still a second between these two cars of Diswood and Lurox, so things are holding steady at the moment. As we look a bit further back, I'm going to take a look at the GT class again, and it looks like it's 2-second gap between Mountain Goat and D Huso for the lead of the GT class. Although, of course, we've got to remember there was that gap due to the incident at the end of the race, and so I think there's about a 28-second gap between the two. So D Huso's sitting pretty comfortable at the moment. He could probably just hold this 2.4 second gap and really just look to consolidate a good time here and just play it safe, keep it mistake free, and hand it over to the third of the Huso brothers, XX Huso, to bring it home.
Yeah, and looks like he's got a 0.9, so he's accumulated 2 penalties there, so he may need to burn that shortly. But yeah, Huso's sitting well nice in first in class there, so we'll see how that pans out by the end of the next hour and a half, or 2.5 hours to go, 2 hours 40 to go. We've got S1 Davey here. He's done a best lap of 4:01 as Lirox passes him and Diswood comes past. It's actually a lot harder to let these LMPs pass around some certain tracks, as you probably noticed yourself last race out at Laguna. Have we lost her? I think we lost her.
He'll be on mute, sorry.
There we go.
Yeah, at Laguna we had a lot of rights into lefts, and as you cross over the track and the LMP cars come through, it's definitely a hard one to judge which way they're going to go and how you're going to do things and let them past, and very much had to keep an eye on the radar.
Yeah, it's a bit like that, but you noticed you'd kind of pass the same people at the same point in the track, but it was always the ones where you had to let them pass in the corner, where you'd pull out to say a 4 or 5 second gap, and then you'd have to let them pass, and you drop that back to 2 seconds, and in contention of losing your spot to the guy behind. But I suppose that's the joys of enduro racing and the multi-class, so you got to kind of go with the flow and let them go and see how it all pans out.
Yeah, it certainly adds another element to this, well, all of this racing. I mean, it's hard enough sometimes racing against your own class, but when there's a whole nother class out there with a very big difference in lap times, it certainly makes things, or it adds another element of how you've got to go about things in this race.
Yeah, especially when you're having like a say 2 or 3 car battle, and then you've got 3 LMPs that just come past and try and jump into the mix. It's just like, we're not racing you guys, leave us alone, you know? Sometimes it's a bit like that. You'll probably notice that yourself there.
Yeah, there's a few times where it's like, guys, please just give me that bit of don't ruin my race.
Yeah. Yeah, well, actually I had a couple of close calls here at Laguna. Oh, we've got a fight going on here between Lirox and Diswood.
Yeah, I think Lirox took advantage of those GT cars and just snuck up the inside there. see if we can
Yeah.
get a replay of that one.
There's Woodsy in there trying to get that slipstream.
They both go side by side here, entering the Porsche curves as Lurox gets ahead in the second place. So a good battle there between the two. I'll just have to sneak back into my results screen and see what the gap actually is. I think it's a bit over nearly a minute between the two. So Lurox will have to get a fair bit up the road, but Jono's really not building that gap too much here at the moment. So maybe guys like Lurox and Diswood will maybe give Jono a bit more of a hard time in this one. He may not have it all his own way as much as Norm did with his 1 minute 30 gap at the end of the first race.
Yeah, that 1 minute 30 gap was something else to watch. But you never know. Jono Stan might be just kind of cruising along, and then seeing these guys get close, and they, you never know, might just jump in for a little bit of a battle there.
Yeah, or either that, or he could be just managing his fuel and trying to do it as well as quick as possible. So let's see what's going on here. He's dropped nearly 2.5 seconds down, so maybe he had a bit of a corner cutting penalty there that we just didn't know of.
The corner cutting on this is very, very tight. I noticed in practice is when you can try and get that extra, say, half a metre, and then you ended up copping half a second penalty. You're just like, oh, well, can't go that wide, and then you try and adjust the tune to kind of compensate for that, and it just doesn't go your way, and you just got to kind of coordinate properly. And I had a quick message here from my good old teammate Gaban saying Mountain Goat might not be washing off his penalties correctly.
Oh,
so that might
okay.
be something for the stewards to look into.
Yeah, was obviously explained to everyone in the driver's briefing that there's certain zones that you have to burn off your penalties, most of them being down the straight, so you've got to make sure that you do that correctly, otherwise you run into issues when you get to corners where you ghost, and then when you unghost you get caught up with a driver and hit off the track. So it's something you do at your own risk, and if you get it wrong you could end up finding yourself a penalty later on down the track.
Yeah, and the ghosting isn't friendly sometimes. But and flicking back to Gaban's, we also have another German driver there, which is another international there. He did a pretty well job in the first stint there. For
Yes.
someone who hasn't driven many GT3s around this track.
Yeah, that's a very good point. He certainly kept it in amongst the front three in the GT class and brought it home in 4th place and did a very strong job. Obviously Gaban's now living in Australia, but yes, previously from Germany, and as he explained to me earlier on, he's actually a dual citizen, so he decided to run under the German flag for this race, which certainly adds a bit of an international flavour to things.
Yeah, it's good, and they kind of snuck a little German flag on the side there next to his driver's name, so that looks good. But changed the livery for that PLE Beamer, you know, got to stand out somehow.
Yeah, I did notice that. It very much looks like the old BMW art cars that we've seen previously at some of the Le Mans events in the past.
Yeah, looks like Diswood's dropped a little bit back here.
Yeah, I think he got a penalty because he ran wide out the exit of the Porsche curves.
Yep.
I did see him run very wide out of there.
Yeah, they're all pretty spread out now, so it's kind of just... he's closing the gap to Jono Stan too. That's gone down to 2.5 seconds. So we might have a bit of a battle on our hands here in a couple of laps.
Well, it's sort of staying the same. I think it was 2.1 a lap ago when Jono took that penalty, so...
He's doing 326, 327, 324, so he's must have copped another penalty in that last lap.
Yeah, although now it's back down to 2.2, so maybe Lurox is just getting a better run out of Tete Rouge.
It might be the way, but I think best thing for Woodsy to do here is just do his thing, and Lurox to do his thing, and Spud to do his thing as well. You know, we all know that all of these drivers are good at doing their own thing, and you never know, we might have a bit of a battle right at the end there.
Yeah, it's definitely shaping up to be a four-way battle between these cars as Jono comes up on the back of Benjo GLR in the number 19 Porsche. So that's the third Porsche entry we've got out there, and not quite having the run that the other two Porsches are having, but of course I believe it was Ninja was doing an excellent job keeping himself in the hunt. I think he crossed the line 5th if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was 5th because Gabans was 4th, and then there was the Porsche, and then there was, if I'm correct, the MSR back there in 6th in class.
Yeah, it was the Corvette of the EBM Robo Sport, and then the second Aston Martin was in 7th. But yeah, just as we speak, Jono's just put a bit of a gap on the field again, and it's straight out to 4 seconds, so maybe he's just toying with everyone here a bit.
The man's that quick, mate, he can do whatever he likes and still win by about half a minute, so...
Yeah, probably a bit of a flashback to the old Sebastian Vettel days in Formula 1 where he could just sort of get himself out that little bit of a gap and just manage it as he sees fit.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, you grew up watching F1, mate. I grew up watching supercars. So take your old back days to Brocky, Van Gisbergen, bloody Lowndes, Scaife, Larko, all those ones, you know. Take it back to when Brocky drove in the wet on slicks around Bathurst. Like, that's something I'd never do. You'd never catch me doing that in my life.
I actually have seen one team attempt to do that on Gran Turismo, actually.
Can't imagine that would have ended very well.
It was a weird one, but I do commend them for it. And at the time, I actually asked them, like, because it was a full-on 24-hour of the Nürburgring, and it belted down with rain, and they just stayed on their racing soft tyres. And I actually sent them a message going, you know, these guys can go in the garage and buy some wet tyres or something if you need to. And they actually sent back, no, we did practice and we felt more comfortable on softs.
Yeah, well, I did kind of tune into the Nürburgring, which is obviously, you know, which isn't one of my favourite tracks, but they had a bit of weather issues there. Like, it'd be like the first half of the track's dry, and then the back half of the track is that wet that there's standing water everywhere. And I think they had probably like 15 cars hit the wall at the same point.
Yeah, it's a very unique track, and like something of that size, probably something like Le Mans as well, and of course Spa and Bathurst. They all throw a bit of a curveball, and one part of the track can be bone dry and the other half can be soaking wet, and you've got no idea what to do. It's a bit
like that, and obviously with me being in pit lane for the supercars, I'll be at Bathurst and it'll be 35 degrees in pit lane, and then you see people up the top with umbrellas and ponchos, and it's 4 degrees and raining up there, and you're just like, what's going on?
Yeah, it's a very unusual one. And yeah, like as you know, there's like people that report pit lanes perfectly dry and up the top of the mountain it's raining, but yeah, of course it does catch drivers out when they come down the road and all of a sudden are faced with a lot of wet weather.
It does, and it looks like Mountain Goat's not burning his penalty here, but where is Huzo gone?
Yeah,
Has he gone into the pits, or...?
He's down in 13th at the moment, so looks like he's just completed a pit stop, so looks like GT cars are cycling through all their pit stops at this stage. So yeah. I think when it shuffles out, Huzo will still be back in the lead here.
Yeah, and there might be one for the stewards to look at there with him not burning his penalties, but obviously we'll leave the stewards up for that one.
Yes,
yeah,
yes, that's definitely a good point, and he's got to burn these penalties at some point, so...
He's doing consistent 4 minutes there, but it looks like, yeah, Brocco's out there at 15 seconds behind, so that's not too bad there.
And then as we have a look here, D. Huzo's coming through, and all those cars that have pitted, he's come out in front of.
Yeah, you obviously got S1 Davey of yourself there.
Yep, so he's about 17 seconds back at the moment. He's putting in 3:59, so he could be one to watch after a bad first lap. He could start reeling in these cars ahead of him.
one of those underdog cars, mate. You know, someone's got to fill your seat somehow. Got some big shoes to fill.
Oh, you could say that, but I think this would probably be one of the rare situations where you find a replacement driver that's actually improved the team.
Yeah, that's like me trying to find a decent co-driver. That was like, well, not even just for co-driving, just the first couple of races in the season. I was struggling to find drivers every now and again, with people having obviously real life commitments and stuff like that. And then we secured good old Mr. German Gabans over there, and then Brocco come in and securing that, and then we got a battle on our hands with the It's Racing crew and the MSR, and then all these CP Motorsports, mate. They're all pretty even, but it's good to see all these different teams and stuff like that.
Yeah, and it's certainly very much levelled itself out here at Le Mans, and where the Porsches struggled early on in the season, it looks like they've found some form here, which is always good to see, and it certainly makes these races interesting.
Yeah, and I can see in the Discord here that looks like the CP Porsche may need a driver for the third stint. So if there's anybody out there that wants to drive an LMP number 16 of the CP Motorsports with Diswood and who was the first driver? Forgot. See, that's how good on my memory is.
I think that's either ex-Uso or is it in the prototype?
Nah, the prototype.
Okay, so
the
to
Porsche
replace
919.
VPupper AT.
Yeah, so if there's anybody out there that would like a drive in the Porsche 919 hybrid, the seats there, so just jump into the Discord, try and help out a fellow team there, and you never know, you might come out with the podium.
Yeah, certainly looking at a podium at this stage. I mean, he's just behind, 3 seconds behind Diswood, but he gained about 50 seconds on that car in the first part of this race, so they're looking very strong for position 2 at the moment.
Yeah, it was kind of, well, because I played soccer and then I went and watched my cousin. I was kind of watching it here and there, but looked like they're all pretty close. Like you've got the front guys and then the middle pack and then the back pack, but it looks like there's all drivers just biting their tongue at the moment, just seeing if they can fuel save and tyre save at the moment.
Yep, you're certainly right there, although it looks like at this stage, I'm going to say it's pointing towards a 2-stop strategy from a lot of these guys. Just looking through the fuel levels, it's all about the same here.
Yeah, it's a bit funny when it comes to fuel and tyre strategy. Like you might be able to do a 2-stint on tyres, but then a 4-stopper on fuel, so you do 4 stops for fuel and then 2 for tyres, or you might get tyres, and then it's all, when fuel stops come into play, that's when positions come into play.
Yeah, that's definitely right, and the fuel burns and tyre wear also have a big effect on how the positions play out as well at the end of the race. I mean, outright speed is just only part of this race.
Yeah, well, you can be fast down the straight, but then if you aren't fast with a pit stop, then there's no use being fast at all, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's no point having a 1 second advantage per lap when you have to make an extra pit stop to cover it, and you're basically 10 seconds worse off.
Yeah, and it looks like Broccoli's gone for a 40-minute stint on the first set, which
that's a very good effort. He's probably proven to be one of the fuel saving kings amongst the GT runners.
Yeah, you can see him short shifting down there, not even getting to half. Oh, there we go. He gets the half revs and he changes. So he's looking, and he's still pretty on par with lap times as well. So 4:01, 4:02, 3:02 as well. So he's pretty on par. So maybe that extra fuel saving might play off in the end.
Yes, and well, the fact that he's making it to the 120 mark would suggest that he's only doing a 2-stop strategy here, so he'll gain a bit on the likes of D. Huso and Mountain Goat, and of course S1 Davey.
Yeah, it's he seems to like that BMW. He's got that pretty tuned in, and then obviously Huzo's back here in this Porsche. But it's good to see that they're all not different. So he's in the in-game balance of performance here. So there's no special testing that went on. It's just all basically tune and race, I guess. But looks like Mount Goat's still carrying that 2.5 second penalty.
Yeah, he's certainly going to have to burn it at some point, but or either cop it at the end of the race. So we would prefer that he burnt it in the burn zones, but obviously later on in the race, if he keeps that the whole race, it's going to turn into a 5-second penalty via the in-game penalty system. So it's probably wiser for him to burn it off now if he could.
Pretty sure I'd rather burn that 2.5 second than cop a 5 second from the game, and then you never know, the stewards might be feeling a bit, you know, you didn't burn your penalty over a certain amount of laps, you know, here you go, here's another penalty from us.
Yeah.
Obviously the stewards control everything.
Yes, so that could be something to factor in as well, that maybe the stewards might decide to whack another penalty on top. So we just have a look at how
Speaking
S1
of-
Davies panning out, but he's still 12 seconds down the road from the two Porsches ahead.
And speaking of penalties, flick back to stint 1 when JMX crossed that pit exit line.
Yes, I think a certain end Spud that was in commentary tried to deflect that one a bit, but I did pick that up on the stream, so that could be one that will come back to haunt them later on in the race.
Yeah, they all seem to be kind of spreading out now, so they all look like they're on par for their own positions for now, until we get into obviously the later stages of the race.
I will tell you what though, I'm just looking at the times from S1 Davey here, and the last lap of 3:57, although that might have been coming out the pit, so that's probably not a lap time that's, say, comparative to what he could actually do, so maybe I'm just getting a bit too excited there.
You never know. And speaking of which, my good old friend Mr. Gabans has just joined. He's muted at the moment though. He wanted to see if he could come in for a quick guest chat.
Oh, awesome, so even better. So whenever you're ready to come in, Gabans, just speak up, and yeah, we'll be more than welcoming to have you in. So
I am seeing something in the Discord about Benjo getting engine, wheel and aero damage from Jono Stan hitting him or something or other like that. So maybe he's
okay, so
there it is.
yeah, there
Apparently
it is. Plenty of
yeah.
damage there to that Porsche of Benjo GLR. So could be an interesting one to look at. So whereabouts is Jono at the moment? So trying to work out where they are in comparison. Jono's halfway around the lap, so not sure what's going on there, but
Yeah, that might be one to look at the end of the race. And here we go, he's unmuted his mic, and the good old Mr. Gabans here with the Pit Lane Esports number 24 BMW M6, my friend. How are you going? Nothing? Stitching me up, mate. You know, it's like leaving your mate hanging.
should point out that the gap between Lurox and Jono is back down to under 4 seconds again, so maybe just toying what's going on here. Jono's run wide.
Whoa!
We're going to have to get a replay of this one. As he heads down to the second chicane here, must have just braked too late and just straight off into the gravel.
Jeez.
And the game's reset him on the...
Oh,
But yes, just opened the door and Lurox is now into the lead of this segment of the race. So, well, speaking of how things might be closing up a bit, maybe a few mistakes are creeping in from Jono and could make this race a bit more interesting here.
yeah, it might close up this gap, and then hopefully, maybe...
Gavin's here now.
Oh, there we go. Here we go. What's going on, my friend? But Lurox will see if he can extend this gap from Jono Stan, and obviously we know that Lurox is a fast driver, but Jono Stan may, well, he has started to close that gap.
Yeah, he has closed that gap back in again, so I'm sure Jono will be looking to reclaim that number 1 spot for the team.
Now I'm not too sure how well that would have gone down in the team over that side of the world, but obviously they got some time to buffer there. But yeah, there we go. We can hear you, Vance.
Slide out, please.
But yeah, it might be one to watch. With an hour and 15 to go, it looks like he might be coming into pit this lap, maybe.
Yeah, it's something they'd both be looking at doing. Yeah, Lurox is into the pits, but Jono's going around again for another lap, so Jono's stretching things out here. I'm going to say it looks like he's got enough to do another lap, just looking at the gauge.
Might be possible.
As we'll head to pit lane and wait for Lurox to bring what is now the number 23 Toyota into his pit box to get a service.
Beautiful looking livery on those cars, I'd tell you.
Yeah, they've done really well, and yeah, you've got to commend Little Blacko who's done the design on these cars. A very nice replica of the Nissan cars from I think the late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, and there was some nice looking cars back then. Obviously you got the Castrol Supra, the what was the other one? It was a GDR.
I think another Calsonic Skyline. So now
Yeah,
we'll just
that's
have
the
to tell Lurox that we're watching him very closely exiting that pit lane. So made sure to stay within those white lines there. As here comes Enspud down the inside to put a lap on S1 Davey. So where's S1 Davey sitting at the moment? He's down in 11th.
And in
He's
11th spot.
dropped another 4 seconds to Mountain Goat there. Not sure, I think maybe he's not quite being a bit more considerate to the prototype guys than what some of his rivals are.
Is that what I can see? Has Broccolili taken the lead of the GT class? I can see Huzo and Mountain Goat there, but unless Broccolili's dropped down.
Yeah, Broccoli looks like he's down to 14th. He's in the pits.
Oh, he's
and
got
he's got
engine
engine
damage.
damage here, so yeah, that's going to be disastrous for both yourself and Gabans here. So it looks like he'd just been in the pits as well for the first time, and now he's back in again.
Yeah, well, obviously that's the joys of racing, my friend. We'll got to do our best and see how we go by the end of it. And you never know, maybe, just maybe, there might be someone in front of us that might have a runoff or something or other like that.
Yeah, that of course that's something you have to consider as well. That it is still about 3 hours of racing left to go in this one, so plenty of time to make up ground, and of course finishing off with maybe what could be considered one of your stronger drivers. Maybe I might cause a bit of a debate here between yourself and Gabans.
Yeah, it's a bit dangerous here.
Yeah, Gavans is just as good a driver as myself, my friend, as you saw in the first stint. But yeah, it looks like Broccolili, from what he said, he got distracted by cars behind us and behind him and picked up some engine damage. But
oh, that's
we'll see.
Very terrible luck for him.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, obviously, but now he's just obviously got to put his head down, work for it, and bring it back. And I'll try and see what I can do and bring it home.
Yeah, of course, and I should mention, well, both yourself and Gavans, I would consider you two to be pretty even in ability, so I'll just save myself there.
You just got to take into consideration as well that Mr. Gabans is on a wheel and I'm also on a controller, so there's also the difference there. But looks like Brocco's in the pause menu.
Okay, that's definitely a
something.
weird one. As we've got Jono Stan and Diswood in the pits now, and Diswood stretched that tank to the absolute maximum. He's come in on empty.
It's a good old woodsy thing to do. Stretch it out as far as he can go.
Let's see how they come out. It looks like Jono's got enough to come out ahead of Lurox here. And I'm going to say that even Diswood's gotten out in front. Yes, he has. So Lurox has lost out in that cycle of pit stops there and comes out in third place. Meanwhile, Diswood's been the gainer out of it all and jumps up into second. So it looks like there's a bit of a narrow gap between Spud and Lurox as well. So still a tight battle between these front four drivers as they're all separated by just a bit over 10 seconds here.
Yeah, it looks like Spud might be in for the mix. Looks like he's done a second stop, just taken fuel on that one, which has closed the gap up a little bit.
Yeah, so it looks like he's looking to double stint those tyres, which might close things up to start with, but we'll see how things all pan out over a stint, because it might also cost him a bit of time later on. So it'll be interesting to see whether the time he gains at the start of the stint from not taking tyres turns into a gain later on, or whether the tyre wear just proves too much and he ends up losing out.
Who else jumped in? Oh, we've got old Mr. Benjo in here.
Hey fellas, how are we?
Shouldn't you be racing, my friend?
Yeah, I am. You would have liked some company.
We've got enough company in here, bro.
This is getting a very full commentary box now. It might turn into the days of Murray Walker and James Hunt commentating with one microphone and belting each other up over it.
Now we'll just do a Brocky and talk to you while we got the arm out the window, eh?
Alright, that sounds like a much better plan. So how are things tracking along for you so far, Benjo?
Just sticking to myself and trying to bring the car home in good pace.
Yep, so yeah, at the moment, what's it look like? I'm going to say, you a lap down on Broccolilli at this stage?
I'm not sure. I'm 14 minutes down on Jono Stan.
Just have a quick look.
Yeah,
it looks like you're a lap or so down on him.
That's alright.
But yeah, at the moment, looks like you're cruising along well.
Yeah, we'll just... Oh,
Oh, there's a wall. There's some damage for you there, my friend. That's
Oh, well.
unfortunate. But maybe the driving and commentary around this track might not be one of your fortes. So
we jump back up the order a bit. It looks like Davey's closed that gap down a bit to Mountain Goats, and he's sitting third place at the moment in the GT class.
And I'm just looking in the YouTube chat, and it looks like Dutch got disconnected in split 2.
Yeah, that's
no,
unfortunate
that's
for
bad.
him.
And the Mr. David Huso in the chat as well, saying cool series you guys have going on here. Awesome to be part of it.
Yeah, we
Awesome to have you racing part of it, my friend.
Yep. Should say a big thank you to David for taking part in the first stint, and also a very excellent drive there to take out the first part of the race as well. So he set D Huso up very well for this second part of the race. D Huso's gone on with it, and he's got a 5-second gap at this stage.
It's going to be very quick pointing into the
Looks
race.
like Mr. S1 Davey here has pulled out an 11-second gap between Mountain Goat and himself, so that might be one to look at.
Yeah, it's looking... I think that's dropped a little bit in the... Well, it was down to 10 seconds, and now it's back to 10 seconds again, so it's seesawing a little bit there. Not sure what's going on with these lap times here. I think the game's having a little bit of a glitch.
Gran Turismo having game glitches, mate? What are you talking about?
Oh,
That's
that-
not like Gran Turismo.
that would never happen.
That would never happen in this race. Mountain Goat getting another half a second penalty there. Just pushing that car a little bit too much.
Was closing that gap into Uzo there, so maybe just pushing a bit too hard and picking up another penalty again. There's Uzo out in front of the GT class at this stage as we're heading towards the halfway point of this race, and so nearly 3 hours down in this one and another 3 hours left to go.
Oh, getting a bit loose on the ripple strip there, Mr. D. Huzo, but as we see, Mr. Jono Stan still out in front, but
Down
having
to
a bit
3
of a
seconds.
yeah, Mr. Diswood and having a battle with Lurox there, and also sniffing on the back of Jono Stan.
Yeah, so Lurox right on the tail of Diswood here, so heading into the Porsche curves, and we're looking to line himself up for a pass at some point. Maybe might be able to work his way around, although he's got to contend with that aero wash as well from these cars.
But obviously we got the Mr. Spudley back there, just kind of praying in, just driving his own race, and you never know, he might be a contender in this one as well.
Yeah,
Anything's possible with that man.
I must say at this stage it's looking like Spud doesn't really have much for these guys, so he is cruising around at the moment, and who knows, maybe Puntz has a bit more than the other two, like, well, a bit more than what Spud has and what JMX had in the first stint. And I know Puntz has been in some very good form at the moment with the win at Laguna Seca in the Formula Track Stars, and he was very fast in the Endurance Series as well, and also the St. Croix 250. I think he was probably one of the drivers that you would have put your money on winning that race, but the way things panned out, it just didn't work out for him.
Yeah, I talked to him after that race, and apparently it was, I'm pretty sure it was one of the safety cars, and he got kind of caught up in one of the restarts, and I can tell you as best myself, because you're up the front, you didn't see it. We ended up being like 5 wide, because someone hit the brakes, or something or other happened, and then cars got damaged left, right and centre, and we all kind of moved up and down the order, but yeah, that St. Croix 250 is not really one that I want to remember, to be honest, but we'll move on from there and we go.
Yeah, I did watch the replay of that one. It was a very weird incident, I think. From what I saw, it was hard to actually blame anyone for it, because, I mean, at the front I was holding my pace, and then, like, I think it was Udo Blacko and Chiami were also pretty steady as well, and I think one of the cars, like, came up and then hit the brakes and let off the accelerator, and then the next one had to hit the brakes, and then everyone else came in, so it was a weird one. Like, you couldn't really blame anyone for it, it was just that everyone just got backed up.
Yeah, I suppose it's all one of those racing incident kind of things you look at, but yeah, I guess we live and we learn, I guess, and we got a nice battle going on here with Lurox and Diswood.
Yeah, it's a very close one here. For the last lap, they've been pretty close to each other, and just looking at this, it's the gap between Lurox and Spud. I'm going to say it's under 10 seconds. So here comes Lurox past Diswood, takes over second place in his second portion of the Le Mans 6 hour. As we're just about at the halfway point. We've got an hour and 1 minute left of this second portion of the race, and then a further 2 hours after that. Lurox is on to the grass coming out of Arnage, and basically using as much of the track as possible to try and build a gap over Diswood.
Yeah, being on the grass is not a fun thing, but I suppose in I suppose being in these all-wheel drive LMP cars might be a bit of a benefit for them, but I don't know. I don't fancy driving these things, you know. I much enjoy the GTs, but if I have to drive one, I will.
I ran a few laps in practice. Also ran the 60-minute Le Mans race in the campaign mode just to get a nice photo. And I know myself, it depends on how you get on the gas, but sometimes you find yourself understeering out of corners if you don't pick it up quite right. So maybe that's what Lurox did there, heading out of a Panage.
3/4 of a tank there, but still going on, and seems like they're all kind of rotating around at this point in time. Oh, he's just gone purple in the first sector there, so he might be on for a nice time.
Yeah, now that he's free of this one, he might just be releasing the shackles on that Toyota TS050. He's approaching the pit lane esports BMW Bronco Lily there, so putting another lap down on the GT cars.
Yeah, it's not too hard in this multi-class kind of stuff, you know, but I suppose that's the benefits of it.
I think this would just look like it might have just got caught up a little bit there. I think he just caught Bronco Lily on a weird moment heading into that chicane. Just have a quick look, and in the GT class it's still D Huzo out in front by 5 seconds, although the gap between Mountain Goat and S1 Davies dropped to 6.2 seconds, so S1 Davies really making up some ground and be looking to maybe press his claims in the last half of this section, maybe take over second place.
Yeah, he's got that down in a couple of laps, and it seems that it might be one to watch coming in soon. And he's doing some pretty consistent 59s and 4 flats, but at least it's not as bad as what the Nürburgring 24-hour is, because that got red flagged due to fog. But at least we don't have that in the game.
Yeah, the only thing we have delays for is myself working out the grid order for the second and third race. Hopefully next time around we can get that going a bit faster and get our third segment underway a bit quicker. Obviously it is a learning process for all of us, and even as the organisers we still don't quite, we can improve things and make it faster as we go along.
And we got D Huzo in the pits now, down in the GT class, and Lurox has kind of got a little bit of a gap there to Diswood. He's taken on a full tank, new tyres. Gets out of the pit lane there safely, which is always a worry, but see how he goes for this. Obviously coming on up the back of Benjo. See how this goes. See if Benjo lets him pass nice and cleanly, or he's copped a half a second penalty there, straight out of the bat.
That's an interesting one there. So obviously he's committed to a free stop strategy here. So thought that maybe he would have stretched it out a bit longer, a bit like his brother did in the first stint, where they sort of went to about 25-minute mark. Maybe they might still do that, but yeah,
it's a bit of a hard one,
and
it's a bit of a hard one working out stints and times and how long you're left and how many laps you're going to do compared to how much fuel you have left. And it's just can say that I was a victim of that one in the I believe it was either Laguna race in the Enduros or the it was the Enduros. I ran out of fuel on the last lap. I was on max fuel save, so fuel can play a big part in this, as we've seen previously. As S1 Davey here looks like he's going to come into pits either this lap or next lap.
Yeah, it's looking like he's coming in next lap coming up, and he's got that gap to about 5 seconds to Mountain Goat here, so probably another 2 pit stops left in this race. You can see those brake disc glowing red as he enters the corner.
They're gorgeous
Sweet.
when they look like that. And I tell ya, one of the most beautiful things is watching the Bathurst 12 hour, because they start at like 5 AM in the morning. Seeing all those GT3s come down into Murray's Corner with brake disc glowing, it's just something you never see again unless you're there. But I recommend it to anyone. Go and watch the Bathurst 12 hour. If you don't watch it on TV, go to the track.
Yeah, that
And,
one's definitely on my bucket list, that's for sure. There's a bit of a mistake there from Mountain Goat, and it's now dropped to 4 seconds between himself and S1 Davey. So S1 Davey's making the most of what's looking to be his in-lap here, and really using up those tyres, I guess. So see if he actually does take a tyre change here.
Well, I can say if that was me, I'd take some tyres, just considering he's done 2 laps of, 2 stints of fuel. I'd take tyres, but that's obviously my...
Yeah, I think I'd lean that way as well. I'd take the tyres now and then maybe just double stint it at the end. Yeah, this is a personal best here for S1 Davey, so he might be a bit disappointed he has to come into the pits because he's looking like improving on that 359.6 that he's got there.
That and that 3.6 second gap he's got to Mountain Goat, which will now lose, but then he might make up when Mountain Goat has to come into the pits.
Yes, so he heads into the pits and the gap's down to 3 seconds, so let's see how things go, whether they get an undercut on the Shade on Porsche or whether the Shade on Porsche decides that they're probably just going to do a bit of a short fuel and come out in front. As Xylon heads into the pits as well, so let's see how it turns out with D Huso as well. So it'll be interesting to see what the gap is between those two as Davey comes out of the pits.
Yeah, and then obviously you've got when Mountain Goat pits as well. I'd say in probably say 3 laps or so. I reckon he'll come into pit because this track's pretty lethal on fuel. But flashing back to the YouTube live chat, we've got Tony A saying top job commentators, loving the coverage. Awesome to see you tuning in and watching the race. And
hang on a second.
looks like S1 Davey's taken what should be the lead in the GT class, permitting Mountain Goat needs to pit, and he's got pressure all by Huso, was on a lot warmer tyres.
Yes, so
And Davies hasn't
gone
taken
side
any
by side down the
tyres.
hill. So yeah, Davies double stinted those tyres, so maybe he's listening along to the commentary and trying something different, and maybe making sure he's got fresh tyres for the end. But yeah, S1 Davies come out in front of D Huso and they're battling side by side down the Mulsanne Straight. Looks like D Huso's got the run here.
But as we know, my friend, the Aston Martin is always stronger in a straight line.
Yes, so D Huso's tried to tuck him behind that rear wing.
Tried to get that side draft of him.
Yeah, he's doing everything he can to get past, but the Aston Martin's just too strong in a straight line.
I know. Especially at Fuji. That thing just takes off. And down here, hopefully you can jump in the slipstream and get him in the slip and then jump out to try and get him before this next chicane. But obviously, Huso's got the better tyres on him.
Yeah,
so maybe that might pay off for him.
That'll be the only thing he's just probably got to sit there and be patient and not pull out from behind, although I think he's got the inside here going into the... No, he doesn't,
This is going to be something. Oh, there's a touch there from Davies. He's pushed Huso. Oh, they've gone wide. Oh, what's going on here with Huso?
Huso has run wide there. They're still side by side though. I think Huso could probably... Oh no, yep, he's got the draft again, so just watch out here as he heads into the kink and down into Mulsanne Corner. Definitely a candidate for a lunge down the inside here as he's got the better grip here.
He just sits in behind. He might, never know, he might be fuel saving there, but that obviously could come into play, or he could just be biding his time and pressuring Davey into making a mistake.
Yeah, definitely putting the pressure on could be the ideal way to go about things, but at this stage, Davey's soaking up that pressure as much as he can.
And I've never raced with Davey before, so I don't know how he would be under pressure, but granted he's got Huser all over the back of him. He seems to be doing reasonably well. He's hanging on well with those tyres. I'm very surprised.
Yeah, he's certainly making that Aston Martin very difficult to get past at this stage, and maybe once he settles into things, he might be able to build a gap, although you'd say that Huso with the extra grip should just eventually drive past him at some point. But
And as we say that, we're coming into the Porsche Benz at Le Mans, where there's a reason why they got the name the Porsche Benz, because this looks like where the Porsche might be a lot stronger. So
yeah,
as you can see, he's right on his toe underneath that bumper of that Aston Martin.
although one thing to consider here, the longer that Davey holds up Huso, probably the more this works into the favour of Mountain Goat as well, but also it makes it harder for when Davey gets a fresh set of rubber at the end. He might just be able to stretch that gap out a bit, close in maybe 5-10 seconds, and all of a sudden Deadpool in that final stint has got something to aim for as well, that maybe he can say, well, I can stretch this out to a 20-second gap and take the win.
We'll never see, and I've seen that man Deadpool do some incredible things, and I'm yet to see him drive that Aston Martin, so we'll see. And it looks like Mountain Goat should be due in, I'd say, the next probably 2 laps, I think.
I'd say probably this time around, I'd say that he's due in for the pits.
I'd say around that to be the safest option there.
Yeah, I think he's going to be next lap or 2, but if he managed to stretch it out to another 2 laps, he'd probably be looking at nearly, you'd probably say that he could pull off a 2-stop strategy, which would be very good for the Shadon team. That would set them up well for that last stint.
It would, but I reckon it'd be tight. I reckon about 40 minutes. It'd be very, very tight, and then if he's got a battle with Davey and Huso as well, that might add another thing into the mix, as we can see that Davey's now pulled that out to 1 second.
Yeah, so that might be a very crucial battle there between Davey and Huso, especially like for the lead of the race. Although Mountain Goat might just short fuel things a bit, so if he wants to go that extra stop, so that could make things, or make one very fast and agile Porsche with a lot less fuel in the car.
Yeah, and as we know that any car is fast without fuel, but being that MR, it seems to be a lot more stronger around the backside, where it kind of counts, the backside and the front side. But the MR against the FR, depending on the track, can change up a whole lot of things, as we've seen in the previous series.
Yeah, that's definitely right, especially with the Honda and the Nissan and Lexus in the touring cars.
Yeah, and as we know, we've had a bit of discussions regarding that, and we've hopefully, fingers crossed, come to a close way, which is good. But
yeah,
as you know, as yourself, you've copped the most amount of ballast in that series, so we'll see how you go with that.
Yeah, I think Diswood's entry message is heaviest Honda in the world. I think he's tied for the heaviest Honda in the world now.
He's tied for the heaviest Honda in the world because he, as well as myself, didn't have the greatest run at St. Croix. As we see Enspod coming here with 28 litres of fuel left, so he might be going for the full tank and tyres, and then come to the end of the race, which may see how Woodsy and Lurox finish out their end stint.
Yeah, it could be interesting. Maybe he's worked out he can fill up with a full tank from here and just go his absolute hardest and spring a surprise on Diswood and Lurox that are in front of him. Not sure what happened there. It looked like a jack was stuck on the car in the pit stops, which looked very weird. Probably one of those Gran Turismo things again.
It's the greatest racing game in the world, mate. What are you talking about?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Gavans.
Yeah, man.
Oh, Hello. Got to finally worked out. Good evening.
Well,
Sorry
awesome.
about the mess around.
Well, welcome to the commentary box, mate. And you had a very good run there in your first portion of the race, and kept very close to my Aston Martin. Oh, there's a big sideways moment
big
from
slide by
Spud.
Spud. We got initial drifting out here by Spud.
Yes, I had a good run in my stint. I enjoyed the race. I kept close to the guys for the first 20 minutes, but then they was just pushing too fast for me. So I kept my own pacing throughout the race to hopefully finish on the lead lap in the GT class in 4th place or 3rd place was my aim, which I achieved. Broccoli did a good job in the start of the race. Unfortunately, with that engine damage, has put him back. Hopefully he can push it further and make some places up. For disappointed to finish the job in 3rd place for us, hopefully.
Yeah, you did mention there, obviously, Broccoli had that accident, so that's a disappointing one, but I just might jump back and check how he's gone compared to the front guys. So he's on lap 18 himself. They've just started lap 19, so I'm going to say he's still on the lead lap, so
Good.
That's all that matters. That's my fingers crossed. So we'll see. We'll see how the start goes, but I'm pretty confident that I'll be able to wrestle the rings out of that BMW, and fingers crossed. You know, Deadpool might have a bit of a squiggle here and there. It might spin out. You know, and then
I'm hoping that he doesn't. But no, looks like Davey's playing this really well, and after that hiccup on the first lap where he sort of messed things up, he's now out to a 3-second gap. So should point out there was about half a second at the end to the shade-on car, so that means that he's effectively in 2nd place in the GT class at the moment, and there was about a 28-second gap. I'm just going to look through here and see.
Yeah, I think it was 28 or 24 or something or other like that.
Yeah, 28.7, so at the moment he's still 25 seconds behind the car that he's in front of on the road, but when the results get combined together, he's still 25 seconds behind the car that D. Huzo's driving at the moment. So yeah, he's got 42 minutes to try and make up as much time as he possibly can, and on worn tyres as well, so he's doing an excellent job here, to be honest.
He is doing an excellent job, and obviously you know as well as myself that those hard tyres, when they get worn, they feel like you're on ice skates.
Yeah, you're definitely right there. I think I tried to double stint at Monza. I think I did 2 stints at the start of the race on hard tyres, and towards the end I think I worked out that I was losing more time than I gained from the pit stop.
Yeah, and the BMW is a little bit hairy to drive around Monza, I tell you that much, because of the turbo. That's the biggest killer of that car, but once you can get it tuned in and get used to how it drives, then it's a really nice car to drive, and if you tune it correctly, can be a top contender.
Yeah, we have seen that from yourself in previous rounds of the series, where you certainly made things challenging, and well, yourself and Spud at Laguna Seca had a very good run, and then of course at Fuji, you guys are doing an excellent job as well. Really had that BMW tuned up well through the technical 3rd sector.
Yeah, that's the BMW was handling really nice in Fuji, and then I just screwed up and did a pit stop. I don't know why I did it, but then yeah, I just had to work it back, and it just pressure on Justin, and he made a couple of mistakes, and then I kind of just started to drive away. And as we can see, John O'Stan's done the same thing. Stretched that gap out to a little bit under 13 seconds.
Yeah, nice little segue there towards Jono driving away from the field. He's 13 seconds out in front, and I think now he's just setting fastest laps for fun here.
Wouldn't you if you were, what are they, a minute and a half in front? Wouldn't you try and do that?
Oh, to a degree. I think I'd try and make sure that I kept it on the track. It would be my #1 priority, but obviously Jono's a good enough driver that he can keep it on the track and set fastest laps as well. So,
Come on, mate. It's racing. You don't make mistakes, bro.
I do occasionally.
Yeah, just like the time I got the monkey off my back and beat you at the Blue Moon Bay 500, eh? Remember that one?
Yes, I do. I also remember Lurok slamming into the wall in front of me, so
Yeah, well,
that might have caused that mistake. But yeah, there's plenty of other times where I've dropped the wheel into the dirt and spun out or hit a wall. Or, I mean, that's probably the reason why I qualified 12th last week.
Yeah, let's not flash back to last week, my friend. That was a bit of a rough race, I tell you. But
I had a good race. Finished 11th and finished 7th there.
Gabans did a good job.
That was funny, seeing all these people getting disqualified in front of me, and I gained other places. So reading the rules pays off.
Yeah, that's it. And well, it's probably one thing to keep in mind for you guys is, well, just because you see someone else do it doesn't mean it's okay for you to do it, I guess.
Exactly.
He's looked like he's stretched that lead out there to 15.5 seconds. So
Yes.
seems like he's trying to set fastest laps as he's coming up on Mickey's 123 in the it's the EBM Corvette, is it?
Yeah, the EBM Robo Sport collaboration.
Never see them collaborating for this race or in that Corvette, which Jono Stan and Rubber Gear dominated Laguna Seca. They were just untouchable. So there was kind of a write-off for the rest of the GT class, but they did well in that one and coming in, making a wildcard appearance and then dominating everything.
Yeah, jumping up to the prototypes, dominating this as well. So maybe something to consider, possibly the rest of the season and maybe even into 2022. That maybe these are guys to look out for as they are cruising away with the Le Mans race at the moment as we speak, and yeah, maybe they'll be back for more next year and try and claim the whole series.
Speaking of the growth of the series, in the touring car series, is there going to be possibility to have 3 divisions next year, if it's that popular?
We may, depending on how popular the TS2
Yeah.
is, I think we probably look at going into... Our first priority would be having 2 rooms of TS2,
Yes.
and then past that maybe we'll look at a 3rd division.
It's becoming like a soccer league soon.
Yeah.
Get relegated, demoted.
Yeah, we'll
Only we
be
could
like
have the
Bundesliga 3 with the
Yeah.
2008
Yes, exactly.
cars.
Because you
if only we could have the good old 20 or 25 people per room, that'd be nice. So then we can have some more teams in the main series. But obviously that game restricts us at the moment. But we already have enough troubles as it is. I can't imagine how many people would how it would go with an extra, say, 8 people in the lobby.
Yeah,
imagine poor Deadpool with his leg, then he would really suffer. I do feel for him in the last race. You can watch on his stream. He was doing so well, but the cars in front of him were bouncing around. He wasn't too sure if I should overtake. He could see his frustration. He made a brave decision to DNF the race and sit out of it. Unfortunately, it's sad to see that. Hopefully, when he does his stint later on in this race, does not have those dramas on his side, because it will be a shame to see that again.
Yeah, fingers crossed that that doesn't happen for him. But yeah, just as we speak, we jumped across to have a look at the battle for 2nd and 3rd, and Diswood just made an overtake on Lurox for 2nd place. And now Jono Stan is in the pits for what will likely be his final stop for this segment of the race.
And it looks like Lurox here will be going for a splash and dash right at the end, and depending on Woodsy's fuel as well, we'll see if he will do the same thing.
Yeah, it looks like Wood's got a quarter of a tank there. I think they're both going to run out before the end, so I think they'll probably be around the 30 to 20 minute mark. They'll have to come into the pits, and I'd probably say half to 3/4 of a tank they'd be looking to put in the car.
I have to say, J-Max has done the overtake of the race so far when he was lapping me with Speedy Tyres. Speedy Tyres was on the right to me. JMX was on the left. It was literally a replica of Hakkinen and Schumacher. I was Zonda in the middle, and he overtook me in speedy tyres. It literally looked so freakish on my stream. If I would have moved left or right, I would have taken one of them out. Lucky I just stayed in the centre. That was an awesome move by JMX.
I think we missed that on the stream, unfortunately.
Yes. It's on my YouTube channel, so if people are interested to see what he's done, it's a magnificent move. It's like he came out from nowhere. I was only watching speedy tyres, and there's JMX just passing us and exactly where we are this part of the track now. So he's done pretty well.
Maybe we could have a repeat of this move here, as we've got Xylon
Yes.
just in front of the two as we head to the second chicane, and Xylon's doing a great job of holding his line, and
Yes.
the two prototypes cleanly move ahead of the Aston Martin of Xylon, which is the Mash Spuds Racing GT entry. They're currently sitting 4th in the championship at this point for the GT class, which they're 36 points behind the series leaders. As Lurox just made a move down the inside of Diswood and claims the lead of this second portion of the Le Mans 6 hour, but of course Jono Stan is already pitted, so I'm sure once these pit stops cycle through, it will be Jono Stan back in front, and this will be a battle for second. As here comes Diswood again, using that slipstream to good effect as they head towards Indianapolis side by side. And is there a bit of a touch there? I'm not sure.
There's a bit of a touch there from Diswood on Lurox, if I'm remembering.
Let's just take a look at the replay here. We'll get a closer look at things as they run side by side through this curve here. A bit of touch there, I think.
He looks like he's done it all himself.
I think there was a little touch as they came out of that curb that might have just slightly unsettled Lurox, but I don't think there was a lot in it, to be honest.
Nice shot from Diswood.
We got N-Spud back there in 4th.
Yeah, definitely wasn't anything avoidable between those two. And yeah, have a look at N-Spud. He's over a minute behind at the moment, so things aren't going as planned for the Mash Spuds Racing prototype team. So definitely,
You've got Budgie back there as well.
Yeah, definitely looking like probably a solid points day as it would be described.
He's got a bit of fuel load still on there and a set of new tyres by the looks of things.
Yeah, so maybe he might get himself in the battle for second and third, but he definitely doesn't have enough on Jono Stan, I'd say, to make any inroads towards winning this portion of the race.
That's why the Pisswasser sponsor team is doing well. I always have to laugh because in English it reads Pisswater.
Yes. A very, very creative name that they used on
Yes.
Grand Theft Auto, and the
Exactly.
the boys
I'm not
in the 96 car have definitely
Yes.
decided to use that. I think they've got some ammunition sponsorship as well on the car.
Yes.
Oh, as we just switched over to Jono and he gets all sideways through the S's there.
Always good going sideways in a car in this game.
Yeah.
Not sure Jonas Dan speaks German, but one of the lobby races I've been in with someone, he spoke in German in a relative way, and I understood what he was saying, not towards me. I'm like, I wonder if Jonas Dan speaks fluent German.
That'd be an interesting one to ask him, actually. I
Yes.
know, like, the name would sort of point towards possibly being
Yes,
German.
his surname could be German Polish descent by the looks of things when I saw it first time. And a lot of them are German descent with their surnames pre-World War II, so most likely could have been German.
By the looks of the time, we might have a battle up front again between Diswood and Lurox, which is still happening an hour and a half into the race, coming up on the back of Benjo. Nice of Benjo there to get out of the way.
Yes. Those cars come up really quick to you, I tell you. I kept my map on the stream, on my screens, like, yep, here they come. I had my indicator on the left or right to let them know I'm not moving, so you guys can pass nicely. I appreciate the patience the LP1 drivers have done in this race. Can be frustrating for them if they're racing. And yeah, I really enjoyed my stint. I really enjoyed it. It was a phenomenal race, even though I was on my own majority of the race, which gets a bit difficult because you don't have anyone to race with you. So you literally just trying to push yourself, and it gets a bit hard when you're lonely. And I think Broccoli is on his own pretty much right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we may have to have a quick look at the GT standings, but while I'm at it, just in the comments section, if you're following along watching this race, just let us know where you're watching from. It'd be a good idea to, well, good to get an idea of where everyone's watching from all around the globe, hopefully, and be good to, yeah, see who's watching from where as Lurox heads towards the end of the lap. And we'll just check on that GT class standings, as we've got S1 Davies 4 seconds out in front in the GT class, with D Huzo in the CP Motorsports Porsche.
Lurox is in the pit.
Further 11 seconds back is Mountain Goat. And we've
Mountain
got-
Goat with another penalty.
Yeah.
Yes.
Seems to be a Mountain Goat kind of thing for him to do lately.
And then we've got Xylon sitting in 4th place in the GT class. Mick EZ with the EBM Robosport Racing collaboration. They're 5th in GT. And then 6th is Broccolili.
Oh no, he's got front damage. No,
Yeah, and
he's doing so
minute-
well at the start.
Minute 49 down on Mick EZ. And I'm just going to have a look, see where he is. So he's about half a lap down on the car, on the
About
lead
three
cars.
quarters of a lap, yeah.
And then of course Benjo rounding out the field. And Lurox come in for his pit stop and comes out about 15 seconds down as poor Benjo. I won't say he balked him, because he was doing what he's been told to do, and that's hold his line. And of course the prototype guys have to get around safely.
Yes. It's good. It's a good ruling, because if someone suddenly moves over to the left from the GT group and the prototype car wants to go left around you, you cause an accident. So it's easy to stay in your line, because those cars, look at them, they can just pass you easy. It's just in the last part of the track, which was a bit hard for me to move over. But I had speedy tyres always overtake me, lap me at the same section, so I knew he was going to come, and I let him pass nicely in the curve. But that was pretty good.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean there. Like, prototypes do have plenty of pace, so it's easier with the ruling just to say it's up to them to make sure the pass is safe, and just don't do any late dive bombs anywhere.
No.
Yeah, we'll give a shout out to Tony A, who I believe is Saltash Racer, who was sitting on, well, did take pole for the Blue Moon Bay 500. He's watching from Melbourne, what he's described as the lockdown state.
It is one thing that I'm glad that didn't happen to New South Wales again, because lockdown was honestly the worst. But fingers crossed they can get out of lockdown soon. And we also got the Shade On Racing team going as well. Let's go Mountain Goat. So he's doing pretty well there in 3rd place so far.
Yeah, he's doing strong there, and I think that's third overall for the GT class and on the track as well. So in effect both ways they're sitting in 3rd place. So I believe that might be SDRT Wazadon making that comment on the Shade On Racing team account. So we'll look forward to seeing Wazadon jump into the Porsche for the final 2 hours of this race. And we've got Fabri F from Western Australia. He's going to join us as well for stint 3.
Gee, that'd be like 3 o'clock in the afternoon over there.
Yeah, I think 3-4 o'clock or something like that.
Yeah. Sydney here from, if I'm correct, that would be, is that Toddy? No, that's Nismo, that's the one.
Nismo, yes, that's
Nismo,
correct.
that's the one.
I think he's joining in for the 3rd stint as well in one of the Robosport cars. So for you guys sitting on here waiting for the 2nd stint to end and jump on board and have their turn to let loose around the Circuit de la Saf.
I'm also from Sydney, my friend. So we got me from Sydney, and then It's Racing from Melbourne, and then Gaban's up there from the Northern Territory.
Yes,
I'm
I have my air
actually
conditioner on.
I'm actually from South Australia.
South Australia, Melbourne, you know, yous are all the same down there.
My bridge.
My state's the reason that Melbourne is in lockdown.
Yeah, your state is the reason why our state went into lockdown.
As
Statewide,
Diswood
right.
completes his pit stop and he comes out 2 seconds behind Lurox, so looks like the pit stops for the first 3 to 4 cars are probably complete now, so I'm going to say this is probably the relative order of what we would expect for the rest of the race, although that battle between Lurox and Diswood would be far from resolved, especially with a half a second penalty for Lurox. If he's going to have to get off the gas here to burn that penalty at some point, and that'll let Diswood close right up.
Watching from we've got Jim Kemp Winchester in there, watching from Stan Thorpe, Queensland.
Yep, getting ready for his turn to race as well, so glad to have a
What a-
lot of you joining in while we wait for the third stint to get underway, as Diswood now has a penalty that he has to burn off, although he's only 2 tenths down on Lurox here. So is he actually? Yeah, he's just backing off the accelerator and burning off. So yes, Hunter Valley in Queensland from Aidan Halton, also known as Captain Muffin 88. So Hunter Valley.
What a name! What a name that is, Captain Muffin.
I like
Muffin.
I like
I
it
love
a
it.
lot.
I love it. I like it. I love it. Is that Mr. Good Old Puncy in the chat under Mr. PU? Bring her home, Spud. Bring her home, waiting for you to jump in, my friend, to try and get your best result.
I think that might be. We just might get confirmation from him though. If it is Punce, just let us know. As we've got a bit of a battle raging on here between Diswood and Lurox for second place in this second stint. So
And it looks like in the Discord chat that we'll have Duram 50 jumping in the CP Motorsports Porsche 919 hybrid there, just in case V Papa doesn't get home in time.
okay, so that'll be an interesting one.
Yeah,
And
that'll be-
I think I do have a friend request from him, but if you're just tuning into the stream already, just make sure you chuck through a friend request so I can get you into that lobby if you haven't done so already.
Yep, that is Mr. Puncy there from the south coast. He's down on Wollongong ways, down that way. I'm still yet to go down and have a beer with him, but as we can see on screen, Lurox and Diswood having a nice battle again, which they've been having for the past hour and 38 minutes.
He has to be the closest battle at the moment on track, if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think this is the closest battle so far, as down to 3 tenths of a second between the two, and it's one that you don't really want to tune away from at this stage.
I think this wood is doing the waiting game.
I think he's just saving fuel, but if I remember correctly, that CP Motorsport Porsche is in front by a little bit, but as we can see, Lurox just picked up a half a second penalty here, which will need to burn, which will then close in the gap for Woodsy. And then we can see if Woodsy can get in front and pull away, but as we've seen for the last hour and 40 minutes, that hasn't seemed to be the case.
So the gap between the two cars is 43 seconds. So here goes Diswood, as Lurox has to burn a penalty, and now he moves up into the second place, and he'll be looking to build on that 43 second gap that he's got over the number 23 RoboSport racing car.
and it's not so, and it's broken out of the slipstream there, but it feels weird saying that that car is a number 23 since they've been the 22. But we got Large Fiver in the YouTube chat saying go Mr. Wood, and depending on what your sense of humour is like, you can take that many different ways. As Mr. Adam from the good old England found out one night when he jumped into a party chat with about 5 of us Aussies.
Yes, there was a fair bit of banter going on amongst those party chats, especially when we raced with the touring car series. And Mr. Adam Weller isn't afraid to dish out his own banter as well, as I found out one night after Laguna Seca.
Yes, that was a good night, but shout out to Mr. Adam Weller, who's being thought of in memory of the Trackstar series, who's unfortunately got some real life commentating coming in the way of this, so fingers crossed we'll see him around in some future races, but until then,
yeah,
if anyone wants to be a full-time commentator, you know where to go.
Yeah, definitely give us a holler and we'll try and accommodate you in some form, because we definitely want a commentator covering these races, and yeah, anyone that's willing to do the job, we're happy to have you on board. And yes, I must give a shout out to Adam as well. I believe this weekend he's at Snetterton in the United Kingdom, so I think the week before he was at Brands Hatch, so he's certainly doing the rounds of all the British racing circuits. Some very legendary names that many of us know, and he'll be a very busy man for the next few months until the cold weather starts to set in over in Europe.
I miss the cold.
Mate, if you want the cold, come down to Sydney, my friend. It is freezing down here. I played soccer this morning at in 5-degree temperature, and
nice.
it was honestly the worst. Everything was sore, but it's currently, what is the temperature down here? I don't even know, but it is cold. I'm currently sitting in long pants, socks, and a jumper.
Yep, I'm in shorts, t-shirt. I had to ask my wife to crank up the air conditioner during the race. She was doing my race strategy, calculating when I should pit for the last time. She worked it out how much fuel I need to put in for the last stint, and she was spot on.
Oh wow, you've definitely got a keeper there.
Oh yes, she loves it.
I'll have to agree with that one. And flicking back to the weather, it's currently 10 degrees, and it feels like 8.7 in my house, due to be 3 degrees overnight. So
nice.
I'm not looking forward to wake up for work tomorrow at 10 to 6, as we can see Mountain Goat just runs wide and he spins. Oh!
That's a very costly one there, and I'm trying to look at things here. I don't think he's pitted yet, so is he looking to go the rest of the race?
It could possibly be.
It looks like he can go the rest of the race, and just while we're on that subject, I need to go duck out for a 20. I shall be back.
No worries, we'll see you soon.
Davey looks like he's got a bit of a sniff now on Mountain Goat.
Yes, and it looks like Davey's just pitted a lap ago, so he's now within 3 seconds of Mountain Goat, and he's got 6 seconds on D. Huso as well, so that's probably a crucial battle there to look at, is the battle between Mountain Goat, well, not Mountain Goat, D. Huso, but Davey Free and D. Huso. There's a 6-second gap on the track at the moment, and if I just do some quick calculations.
The mixture of the song.
There is a... No, sorry, I've done that wrong. There's a 28-second gap between Davey and D. Huso, so that, at this stage it'll be down to about 22 seconds for the third stint, so that means that XX Huso will have to fend off Deadpool and keep that gap between 22 seconds. Of course,
And
Mountain Goat as well is also in this conversation, and at this
Yeah.
stage on the track he's about another 2 seconds up the road, and he will be probably about 20 seconds off of D Huso as well. So this battle in the GT category is certainly heating up, and it's probably the battle that we need to watch throughout the rest of the race. Probably more so than the prototype one, because that's looking like it's all set between with the number 96 Pisswasser team.
yes, certainly it is. The GT group, there's a lot to go. There we go. Davy's right behind him.
Yeah, so S1 Davey Freeze right on the tail of Mountain Goat here as we head down the Mulsanne Straight, and I think you'd say that with the power of the Aston Martin, he's just a sitting duck.
Yep,
There
both
we
of
go.
them is-
S1 Davey sails ahead of Mountain Goat into the lead of the GT class on track in this segment of the race, but we still must remember that the CP Motorsports GT car of the Huso brothers, or the trio of Huso brothers, are a further 28 seconds in front, so there's
Yes,
still plenty of gap to make up for S1 Davey.
yeah, the penalty is still sitting on him.
So yeah, we have to remember that Mountain Goat has got a penalty there sitting that he's going to have to serve at some point. So he's right on the tail of the Aston Martin of S1 Davey. So he heads around the Mulsanne corner, down this back straight, heading towards Indianapolis. He's doing well to keep in that draft of S1 Davey, but just get the feeling that he might be sitting there conserving fuel as much as he can. Although it looks
Yeah.
like he's got plenty of fuel to get to the end.
Oh yeah, with 13 minutes to go. Plus whatever lap they have to do.
So yeah, you'd probably be looking at 4 laps to get to the end of the race.
Yes. It's pretty much 4 minutes a lap.
Geez, I come back right at the right time.
Yeah, you missed a change of the lead for the GT class in this segment of the race, of course. Got to remember that gap that D Huso has over these two cars. There is a yellow flag up ahead. Let's see who that is there.
Spectator ran onto the track. No.
The white car that looks like Mr. Brocco.
Let's see if we can catch. No, we just missed it, unfortunately. But I think as part of that as well, he's in danger of going a lap down on the GT cars. Though he might just be saved for another few moments, as both of these drivers have penalties they need to serve.
Good. So when you need to serve a penalty, you need to do is straight away the next point of serving the penalty, correct?
That's what's being told.
Yes. So people seem to ride on it. Can be an advantage for the drivers behind them to gain some places, time.
Yes, you're actually correct there.
Yes. Like I did in the last race, 11th to 7th. I loved it. I was a surprise.
He's copped another half a second penalty there. He's trying to push that Porsche to the limit.
Yes.
But we'll see how he goes here as they're approaching the back of Brocco, which then looks like I may have my work cut out for me in this third stint.
Jonathan is just behind all that. Just passing like.
And this relates back to what I said earlier, is if like we're having a 3-car battle and you have an LMP car come up and it's just kind of just like leave us alone.
Yeah, you're definitely right there.
But hopefully, fingers crossed, Brocco can hold it out for another, say, 3 laps and bring the car home just on the lead lap.
Yeah,
Wetting a lot to do that.
to see what we can do.
yeah. The only problem you'll have there is you pretty well will be a lap down though. I think you'd be nearly 4 minutes behind.
Look, you didn't have to say it like that, bro. Come on.
I apologise.
There's always the internet disconnection in our favour.
Exactly.
And if I knew where I would have lived, I'd just go on to their home property and switch off the main switch of their home. Power failure. No, just kidding.
Well, good thing for you then is that no one lives up near you, so...
No, everyone's too far away, 4,000 kilometres.
Exactly. Oh, Brocco's just nudged the wall there.
Yes.
Yes, it
His
looks
battle...
like
Hey.
Davey's gaining a bit on Mountain Goat here. I think he's using that draft to good effect by the looks of things.
Fatigue comes into play towards the end of the race. I felt it for myself. I'm like, oh, it's getting a bit too much, finish it off. So fatigue can come into play.
Yeah, I think we did see that in the first section of the race. I
Yes.
know Norm XC was out in front by a minute and a half, and you saw him run a bit wide at the Walsall corner.
Exactly, because you see the time, oh, it's 10 minutes remaining, and you start to switch off. No, don't switch off, especially with those two guys now fighting for the place.
And especially the way this works out, you just can't switch off at all, especially like if you're in the first stint, you need to build as much time as possible. As there goes S1 Davey around the pit lane esports BMW Broccoli to put him a lap down. So you could nearly say that effectively rules another car out, but of course you never know what can happen in 2 hours of racing.
Rocco did an excellent job at the start of the race. He made himself all the way up to second place in that GT group, and unfortunately then had a bit of a drama. It's a shame to see.
Worst thing for me is, all I can smell is pork belly in the oven, and guess who's not going to be able to eat it until after he finishes his race?
Yeah, don't eat it. You need to stay light because you need to go fast for us.
Look, brother, I'm already fat as it is, man. Don't worry about it. I'm already carrying an extra 100 kilos than everyone else.
You're going to be losing a lot of weight after this race. You have to put, you need to unlap yourself somehow.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. And who have we got in the car for the third stint for the MSR? We've got Coming For You in the car for the MSR Aston Martin.
So he'll be a fast one to look out for. He might throw a cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah, he had an unfortunate race at Laguna, I'm pretty sure, if I can remember correctly. They had a bit of a rough time. Oh, Spud miscalculates the fuel.
So Spud's in for another pit stop here, which is going to prove costly.
He doesn't have a partner like me to work it out. Yeah,
that is
it's easy to
unfortunate
mistake,
for the MSR LMP one there. That is just a slight miscalculation. That could have been an easy, say, 1 second of fuel that have cost him that. But it's not often that Spud makes mistakes like that. But whether it be a mistake or it be tactical, looks like he's just done a splash and dash. But very unfortunate for that car.
Yeah, it's going to be something. Well, probably one of those nights you'd probably describe like Mercedes has occasionally from time to time, where they just get things wrong and just show that they're not as invincible as everyone makes them out to be. So
just like Red Bull Racing, mate, in Jamie Whincup passing under the safety car, you know?
Yeah.
And running out of fuel. So
yep. So
we're all human. We all make mistakes, I guess. So
yes, we all have our bad nights, and I'm sure. Well, at this stage, it's not looking great for the Mash Spuds racing team. But I'm sure they came in with hopes of taking out the overall honours of the Le Mans 6 Hour, but it's looking likely that they might not even be on the podium at the end of this, so might be one that they come away from and it motivates them for the rest of the season. But of course we never know what can happen in this last section of the race as well. We've got another 2 hours after this final 6 minutes of the second segment, and then who knows what can happen in there. There could be a disconnection for one of these front three runners, and it opens the door for the Mash Spuds team to end up on the podium.
Yeah, and after this Le Mans for the Enduro Series, we head off to Spa on October 10th for a 4-hour, and then off to Interlagos on the 21st of November for a 4-hour as well. So they might be ones to watch. So if anyone wants to enter, then head over to the Trackstars Discord, sign up, see how it goes, and then you never know, you might be might catch a eye of the main series team and score a drive for next year. And back on that one of scoring a drive, flashback to me as well. As you know, I'm off contract with Pitlane Esports at the end of this year as well, so I'm yet to be snapped up by another team for next year. So that's myself and It's Racing off contract, so you never know. There's a seat at Pitlane Esports that might be able to be picked up by someone.
Yeah,
Well, that's how I got
interesting
my
to see.
Pitlane Esports gave me the opportunity. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, so It's Racing, you gave me the opportunity to compete for your team in the touring car TS2. I appreciate that. And Pitlane Esports gave me then a full-time drive in the top category due to my reliability, showing up, and hopefully my consistency is good enough. And yeah, disappointed it gave me an opportunity to race for his team or for
Mr. Shane Kenty's team, which
Shane Kenty. That's correct, Shane Kenty.
Mr. Shane Kenty's team is kind of just overseeing everything, and I'm taking most of the reins on that one in the Trackstar series. But
yes,
yeah, there's always the case of scoring a drive for a team that's looking for a driver. So my best advice is for everyone to keep driving as best you can, and then you never know, you might end up on a first series team next year.
Yeah, I'm out of a drive next year. I'm in discussion with some of the other teams, which I'm going to keep quiet. Even my own team I've discussed to you guys a couple of weeks ago, I might go ahead, see what happens. But at this stage, I'm happy with Pitlane Esports. If Pitlane Esports is in for next year, well, Shane Kenty, I'm happy to compete for your team again if you need me.
Yes.
No, my friend, you might be able to take control of the Pitlane Esports team.
Yes. I can throw in 2 drivers if I want to. There's a few names I can think of.
Certainly a lot of moving and shaking that could be possible amongst the amongst the main series stuff, for sure.
Yes. Alright, gents, it's time for me to sign out of here. It's been a pleasure being part of this commentary team, and I enjoyed watching this second stint of the race. And keep up the good work. It's Racing and your team. I've been an honour to race in Trackstars. I'm staying there for good. I'm not going anywhere. And hope to see you all again next time on the track. And thank you very much for having me on the commentary box.
No worries. Thanks for joining in with us, Gavans. It's been a privilege.
No, thank you, and it's been a privilege too. Thank you. You all have a good night, and all the viewers, keep watching the races and enjoy the night. Take care, everyone.
No worries. See you later, mate.
See ya.
And as we flick back to this, we just seen Broccolilli end up in the pits with a bit of engine damage. So looks like he's not having the best stint too of his night. So
no,
unfortunate for him, because he did a very nice start.
Yeah, unfortunately he's not had quite the run that we do come to expect from Broccolilli. And we remember that race at Fuji where in the first segment of that race he did a one-stopper in the BMW and basically forced me to make a move on him, I'd say. As I came out the pits and he was still in front of me at around the 1 hour mark.
Yeah, he did a very odd way of strategy on that one. And as I load up my Gran Turismo, I go in showrooms with friends, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rooms with Enduro Series practicing. So it just goes to show on how much people practice and stuff like that. But yeah, it's good to see that the Trackstar Series is finally bigger and better. And as we can see, if it's correct, there's 29 people still watching.
Yes, it's jumped up to 31 just as you spoke, and so we've got S1 Davey here leading the GT class for the It's Racing Esports Aston Martin number 95, and he's now got an 11-second gap over D Huso. So if I just refer back to my sheet, that's down to 17 seconds, roughly 17 and a half seconds between two cars in the overall standings. So that could shape up for a very interesting stint 3 where we've got Deadpool jumping in the Aston Martin and XX Huso in the Porsche for CP Motorsports.
It'd be a one to watch, I think.
As we jump back to the leader of the prototypes, we're in the last minute of running here, so I believe I might just jump back. And it looks like the... Whoa, that was a very close one.
Whoa, that was brave.
Looking here,
Wow,
it looks like Davey's going to get another lap in.
Yeah, if I can see back on that, it looked like there was a LMP on the right side, so I don't think Davey had anywhere else to go except do that.
Yeah, that's correct. There was an LMP come one way and he decided to go the other, so...
Nothing like a bit of grass, mate. You see it all the time, especially on race starts, you know?
So
any which way you can go.
Here's the final lap now. It's the countdown runs down to 0, so the checkered flag is now out for any cars heading across the line. As it's Jono Stan carrying on from the strong form of Norm XC, who in the first stint pulled out a 1 minute 30 second advantage over the rest of the field in the prototype class, and of course the overall standings as well. As Jono's now around the 20-second mark, so you're looking about a 1 minute 50 gap heading into the third segment of this race. You'd have to say, unless something drastically goes wrong here, that this Pisswasser team is looking at sewing up this overall victory here in the Le Mans 6 Hour, which is round 4 of the Trackstar's Endurance Series, as Jono Stan comes through the Porsche curves here. Heading down
Porsche curbs in a Toyota, mate.
Yes. heading down the short chute for the final time as he heads into the Ford chicanes. And then one little short blast down the main straight towards the finish line. As Jono Stan continues the run for the Pisswasser team and claims victory in part 2 of the Le Mans 6 Hour. As Diswood is coming up to the finish line himself. Continues on the strong run for CP Motorsports in this car, and they'll be solidifying second place in the overall standing so far. And then, of course, Lurox 22 in the RoboSport Toyota, he will be in third place overall. Budsy 76 in the sister Toyota for the RoboSport Racing is in 5th place. Just get a look and see. Looks like N Spud's coming towards the end of his lap as well, so he's a bit over a minute behind, so you'd nearly say that it's almost a full lap behind for Mash Spud's racing team on this lead number 96 car.
Brocker Lily's a bit saddened from that performance from him, but obviously we all make mistakes, and good work to all the finishers there that had some clean races. There were some good battles to watch there, and as Spud comes over the line, we've got D Huso here that was 10 seconds behind Davey, that
not sure what's happened there, but Mountain Goat's in the pit lane across the line, but
hits, yeah.
Here we've got S1 Davey completing his final lap. It looks like the timer's turned off. There's no countdown timer, so maybe they're allowing everyone to finish a lap in the game, which is a good thing.
Anything's possible with this Gran Turismo finishing, and anything.
I'm glad that's happening though, because I mean, a 3-minute countdown timer for a 4-minute lap isn't really that good.
Yeah.
But yes, here comes S1 Davey 3 heading to the Ford curves. He had a very strange first lap, which set him to the back of the field, but he's scorched through the GT field, and he's going to cross the line and take victory in part 2 of the Le Mans 6 Hour in the GT class. He's got a 9-second gap over D Huso at this point. So that'll be about a 19-second gap, I think. Yeah, you're probably looking at 19 seconds for the gap in the GT class. There we go, Jono Stan takes the win in part 2 of the Le Mans 6 Hour. So stand with us, we've got part 3 coming up, and we look forward to having you on board watching the stream. I better say big thank you to Disappointed for joining us in the stream for the past 2 hours. It's been a pleasure to have you join me in commentary, keep me from being lonely inside this commentary box.
It's all good, mate. It's nice and LED lights everywhere in here, you know, just kind of fitted it out. But it was a pleasure being here, watching it all go on, seeing everything like that. But good work to all the drivers in Stint 2, and best of luck to the guys in Stint 3.
No problems, and yeah, of course, good luck to yourself, who will be competing in the third stint as well, and hopefully you can bring home a respectable result for the Pit Lane Esports BMW.
See what I can do, try and unlap myself off the start, fingers crossed, but we'll see what happens. And obviously it's a long race, over 2 hours, anything can happen. So best of luck to the boys, and hopefully you're joined in here by Spud again or anyone else. But thanks for having me, and until next time, the room is still full. No, it's not. Yes. Until next time, I shall catch you soon, my friend.
No worries, we'll see you next time. So we'll be back shortly with the third segment of this Le Mans 6 Hour.